The wind hums low tonight, like a lullaby caught in the eaves of an old timber roof. Outside, frost needles gather on the rim of a clay bowl left too long in the snow. The scent of peat smoke curls thick from the chimney, mingling with something deeper, older, the smell of boiled bones, burnt rye, and distant memories. So let your eyelids rest heavy now as we step across the threshold of another time. Let the dim light of the longhouse welcome you. Let the cold of the world outside press gently against the walls, but never come in. Here, in this warmth, we begin. In the year 877, the sea ice thickened earlier than expected. The fjords sealed in silence, and the ravens grew quiet above the blackened treetops. It was not a year of bounty. The barley harvest had suffered a late frost, and the cod runs had been unpredictable, half what they had been just 5 winters before. In the settlement of Ligra, nestled between the low slopes and windswept coast of western Norge, the people prepared for a winter longer than most. In the dark months, hunger was not a stranger. It was a neighbor, a whisper at the door. Food was not simply nourishment. It was survival, ritual, memory. Every morsel bore the weight of foresight, of salted choices made back in the sun-warmed days of midsummer, when drying racks were full and the air smelled of fish oil and smoke. Inside the chieftain's longhouse, the hearthstones glowed beneath a bubbling iron pot. Broth, thick with root vegetables, clung to the sides. Not every family was so fortunate. The housecarls and freedmen had worked together in the months of harvest, salting barrels of herring, drying strips of lamb, and storing turnips and onions deep beneath the earth. But even with careful planning, no one ever truly knew how long the winter would last. Across the floor, a child pressed her hands to the rough wool of her tunic, peering into the pot. She was old enough now to stir it without splashing, and her mother had let her, just once, add the dried nettle leaves crushed fine between stone. It was bitter, yes, but it would keep the belly full longer. Have you ever wondered what it felt like to hunger in a place where the sun barely rose? To eat for warmth, not pleasure. To chew slowly, not because the food was rich, but because it had to last? That night, the longhouse shared a stew of lamb bones and wild barley, thickened with bits of preserved mushroom and slivers of rutabaga. The meat had been boiled for hours, softened until it released the marrow, and the marrow was mixed with lard and herbs. A child, not yet weaned, was fed a paste of goat's milk and soaked rye crumbs, gently mashed by hand. The older folk chewed dried cod, sucking the salt from it slowly, the way one might once have savored honey. The high seat was occupied by Old Eagle, the chieftain's brother, a man with one eye and many winters behind him. He ate slowly, saying little, but every so often he would glance toward the door, as if expecting the cold itself to walk in, wearing the skin of a hungry beast. Behind him hung a rack of cured seal meat, its fat glistening in the hearthlight. It was not for tonight. Not yet. You see, some things were kept for the worst days, when the breath in your beard froze before your foot left the threshold. Seal fat, whale blubber, and smoked heart. These were treasures. They were life itself rendered edible, and they were hoarded with reverence. Outside, under the rising shimmer of the northern lights, a boy scraped snow from the stone cellar lid. He had been told to fetch another jar of pickled cabbage, the last of it, perhaps. His hands stung from the cold, but he did not rush. Even at 9 winters old, he knew to move with care. The jar might crack, the lid might freeze. A single slip, and what little remained would be lost to the frost. And so the days passed in near darkness. The sun, when it came, skimmed the sky low, like an ember fading behind driftwood. The people rose late and slept early. Meals were small and slow. Dried peas soaked overnight became thin soup. Flatbreads made of oat and bark flour, stretched as thin as skin, were warmed against the stones. Some were softened with water and oil, others chewed dry until they crumbled. The scald told tales of summer, while the youngest chewed pine resin to stave off hunger. The adults laughed softly at old jokes, retelling the same stories not out of forgetfulness, but because the rhythm of them made the food go down easier. One woman placed cloves in a pouch around her neck, so the scent would make her believe she was full. Sometimes, food came from the unexpected. A fox caught in a snare, a goose too tired to migrate. These were rare and honored. The liver, heart, and gizzard were shared first, given to elders and children. The bones were boiled 3 times. Even the skin was roasted over the hearth. Once, a man named Thormod returned with a gift, a lump of ambergris, mistaken at first for driftwood. The village rejoiced, not because it could be eaten, but because it could be traded come spring. For butter, perhaps, or salt, or honey. Honey, that golden memory of sunlight. It was rare, treasured, and stored in sealed pots high above the rafters. Sometimes, when a child lost a tooth, they were given a smear of it on a stick. Just a taste, and only if it was not a bad year. The worst winters were remembered not by snowfall, but by silence. The silence of no chopping, no chewing, no laughter around the bowl. In those years, even the dogs grew quiet. And when spring came, the first green things were wept over: dandelion, chickweed, tender spruce tips. But in this winter of 877, they were not yet there. There were still many moons to go. And so, each day, each meal, each mouthful was an act of patience, an act of remembering. That night, in the longhouse, the last bite of stew was scraped from the bowl by the youngest child. She licked her fingers clean and curled into her mother's lap. The wind outside howled once, like a wolf without a pack, and was gone. And still, the pot hung over the fire. Still, the embers glowed red. The night is still, save for the creak of timbers and the soft breath of sleepers curled beneath thick pelts. Somewhere, far above, the stars blink in silence, veiled by drifting snow clouds. And beneath them, deep in the old north, another quiet day begins. Not with light, but with warmth. The slow kind. The hearth still glows, faint as a dying coal, yet enough to wake the longhouse with its breath. Soften your thoughts now. Let the rhythm of the cold world cradle you gently. Let us return to the scent of smoke, broth, and wool, where hunger was both a ritual and a teacher. The child who had finished the last drop of stew now lay half covered in her mother's cloak, one bare foot twitching in dreams. Morning had not yet broken. In truth, it never did during these months. The sun was like a visitor who stood just beyond the door, always near, never entering. Still, the longhouse stirred. One by one, bodies shifted beneath the furs. A cough, the rustle of moss-stuffed bedding, the groan of a wooden bench. Someone added peat to the fire, then a split log. Sparks rose, catching the cold air above. The day's first act was always the same: heat, before thought, before speech. Without it, nothing else followed. The stew pot was empty, but in the larder pit, the day's rations had already been chosen. A twist of flax cloth held what was left of the barley, enough for thin porridge. Beside it, a small wheel of hard cheese, waxed in summer and now brittle as horn. They would shave it with a knife, not for taste, but for sustenance. In the corner, a bundle of dried seaweed hung like old hair, brown and twisted. It would go into the porridge, too. It was not loved, but it helped. The oldest woman in the house, Brynhild, rose slowly. Her knees had long since stiffened with age, but no one knew the ways of winter food better. She had seen nearly 60 winters, and each one etched a new memory into her hands. She moved by feel now, not by sight, fingers knowing the jar that held the last of the sour curds, the cracked horn spoon with the smooth back, the spot near the fire that stayed warm longest. She hummed, almost to herself, as she stirred the pot. The oats thickened slowly. To the children, it was bland. To her, it was life. Have you ever stirred a pot not knowing if there would be one the next day? Have you ever counted each grain, not because you feared greed, but because you feared nothingness? That was winter. Outside, the snow had drifted again, nearly up to the chicken pens. What few hens remained were silent. They did not lay in winter, but sometimes, when the days were mild, one might find an egg hidden beneath the straw, small, cold, and perfect. This morning, the boy named Leif did just that. He felt for it with bare hands, biting his lip against the frostbite, and found a single egg. He held it up like treasure, like gold. It would go to his grandmother. She would mix it into a mash of milk and mead to soothe her cough. Inside, the porridge was shared without words. Each person took a shallow bowl, dipping it into the pot, scraping carefully. A sliver of the old cheese was passed around, small enough to vanish on the tongue. The salt from it lingered. It made the oats taste fuller. Once, they had honeyed oats. In summer, with dried apples, crushed nuts, and fresh goat's milk. Now, the oats were gray and quiet, but no one complained. The fire was fed again, and the people of the longhouse turned to the day's small tasks. Though the earth was frozen, work remained. Fishing holes had to be kept open in the river ice. Nets needed mending. Snares for hare and ptarmigan had to be checked. Inside, tools were sharpened with oil and stone. Bowstrings were twisted anew from sinew and flax. The sound of scraping, rubbing, knotting, these became the music of the season. Midday brought little change in light. A thin grayness filtered through the smoke hole. It was enough to see by. Lunch, if it could be called that, was a piece of dried meat and a lump of boiled root. The meat was tough, salted until it tore the gums. The root, likely parsnip, had been buried since autumn, its skin wrinkled like a walnut. That day, there was also soup. Not a grand stew, like in times of plenty, but a thin broth made from bones boiled again, this time with dried celery leaves and the last pinch of caraway. They drank it from wooden cups. The heat was worth more than the flavor. When someone died in winter, as sometimes happened, they were mourned with food. Not with feasts, but with offerings. A sliver of smoked meat placed beside the body. A half loaf of flatbread. Once, a woman gave her last dried pear to her dying father. It had been saved since the harvest. She never ate fruit again. By late afternoon, the cold deepened. It always did, just before night. The windows were shuttered with hide, the wind pushing hard against the seams. Inside, they sealed the gaps with moss and wool scraps. Candles of tallow were lit, low, flickering things, their scent thick as grease. The shadows danced across the beams, and the children gathered near the fire once more. Tonight, a different dish. Brynhild had soaked dried mushrooms all day. She sliced them now, soft and swollen, and added them to a pan with onions and a handful of chopped sorrel, preserved in salt. The result was earthy, tangy, and dark. It was stirred into leftover oats, forming something close to a pudding. They called it night meal. Somewhere deep in the storehouse, there was still butter, golden, hidden in a clay jar beneath salted hay. But they would not open it tonight. The days were too uncertain. The man called Asgrim, a hunter, returned from the ridge with nothing. His snares were empty. He said the fox had been by, clever, careful. Still, he smiled. He had found tracks of reindeer. Far off, yes, too far for now, but a sign of spring, perhaps. He shared this news with the others as they ate. The story warmed more than the food. That evening, one of the boys recited a blessing before sleep. Not a grand prayer, just a whispered wish. May the barley hold. May the salt stay dry. May the meat last one day longer than the cold. And then silence, broken only by the cracking of the fire and the rhythmic creak of the beams. The cold would deepen still before dawn. The wind might shift, but inside they had eaten. They had lasted one more day, and in the far corner of the room, Brynhild dozed with a smile on her lips, the taste of that single egg still lingering. Tonight, the snow falls with the softness of feathers. It clings not in anger, but in layers, quieting every branch, every rooftop, every frozen path. The world hushes itself beneath its weight, and somewhere within the stillness, a door creaks open just wide enough for you to slip back through time. The fire is still alive. The breath of warm porridge still lingers in the air. The story continues, like steam rising slowly from a bowl held in both hands. By the third week of deep winter, the rhythm of hunger had set in. Not a gnawing desperation, but something subtler, an ever-present awareness, a negotiation with the body. Fewer words were spoken during meals. The children understood without being told. You chewed slowly, you scraped clean, you never asked for more. The stores beneath the house had thinned. The stone cellar dug into the hillside behind the longhouse was no longer full of shadowy promise. The dried fish hung in smaller bunches now. Where once there had been 3 casks of butter, only one remained sealed. Turnips, stored in sand, had softened and sprouted pale tendrils, ghostly fingers reaching for sun that would not come. On the morning of the 3rd moon, the hunters went out again, not in hope, but in necessity. They traveled lightly, 1 axe, 2 spears, and a short bow wrapped in wool. The cold turned their eyelashes white before they reached the forest edge. They followed old tracks, careful not to sink too deep into the drifts. At this time of year, silence was everything. Even their breath was held, expelled only through scarves thick with frost. They returned with nothing. And so, that evening, the longhouse made do. A meal of boiled lichen and onion peel, thickened with scraps of oat cake and the rind of an old cheese. No one complained. Even the children ate quietly. The youngest sucked on a strip of dried seal fat like a treat, and her sister tore off a piece of flatbread, softened it in the soup, and shared without prompting. That was how hunger changed people, not always with bitterness, but sometimes with gentleness. When food became precious, so did kindness. Still, there were tricks to soften the ache. Brynhild taught the women to steep pine needles in hot water, not only for the bitterness, but for the sharp taste that reminded the tongue of greens long forgotten. Sorrel preserved in salt water was added to porridge. Sourdough starter, kept alive through careful feeding and constant warmth, was used to ferment what little flour remained. The sour taste fooled the stomach, made it think something more was coming. In the far north, some had heard tales of eating bark, the inner layer of pine, scraped thin and dried, then ground into meal and added to bread. Here, it was not common, but in desperate years, it had been done. And so the older men stripped bark from a fallen spruce and began to dry it near the hearth, just in case. Have you ever eaten, not because you were hungry, but because you feared the day you might not be able to eat at all? Outside, the sky rippled with green fire. The aurora danced in silence while the people slept, too weary to notice. But one girl, perhaps 12, sat near the window slit, watching. She cradled a cup of water, warmed over the fire, wrapped in a woolen shawl. Her breath fogged the air. In her lap was a small cloth bundle, a gift from her uncle who had died the winter before. Inside it were 3 things: a bone spoon, a flint striker, and a sealed pouch of dried cloudberries. She had not opened it, not yet. It was said that if you kept something long enough, it became more than food. It became memory, and memory, too, could feed the soul. The next day, the weather shifted. A blizzard swept down from the northern highlands, tearing through the valley like a dragon without a name. Snow piled high against the door, and wind howled through every crack. For 2 days, the people did not leave the house. They burned extra wood, though it was scarce. They took turns tending the fire, boiling snow to drink, adding dried herbs to keep away illness. They chewed strips of smoked meat, not for a meal, but as medicine. The fat warmed the throat. The salt settled the stomach. Some even believed it kept the bad spirits away. That night, the skald finally spoke. He had sat silent most of the winter, wrapped in his own thoughts. But now, with the wind singing like a beast outside, he told a tale, not of war or glory, but of a feast. He spoke of the time when Thor came down to Midgard, disguised as a beggar, starving after battle, and knocked on the door of a farmer's hut. The man had nothing to offer but cabbage soup and a crust of black bread. But Thor ate it gratefully and blessed the household. From that night on, the tale said, their goats never stopped giving milk, and their pots never ran dry. The children listened, eyes wide, imagining gods with empty stomachs, and old farmers made sacred by soup. When the story ended, one boy asked, "Would Thor eat what we have tonight?" The skald only smiled. That night's meal was simple: cabbage boiled in broth, left from the last bones, with a pinch of vinegar made from old apples and ash. It was sour, and it filled the belly. They called it blessing soup after the tale, and no one asked for more. By the 5th week, the first signs of illness began. An elder coughed blood. A child grew too thin. The healer woman made teas from dried willow bark and yarrow, wrapped the sick in fur, and sang to them low and long. She mixed a mash of rye flour and fermented milk, thickened with ash. The ash, she said, would draw the bad humors from the body. Still, the coughs deepened. But there was hope, too. One morning, the snow broke. The sky was blue for a few hours, the first true blue in weeks. Birds returned, not many, but enough. A jay, a blackbird. They pecked near the woodpile, feathers puffed like cloaks. Leaf saw them first and shouted. The noise brought everyone outside, blinking in the sharp light. It was still cold, but the air smelled different, like earth trying to remember itself. That day, the hunters went out again. This time, they returned with a miracle: a deer, young, lean, its flanks still warm. The longhouse erupted in motion. The carcass was skinned quickly, hung from the rafters. The meat was sliced thin and salted. The organs were cleaned and set aside. The heart was cooked first, roasted over flame, and eaten with reverence. They called it the turning. That night, they feasted, not wildly, but with quiet joy. Each person received a bowl of stew rich with meat, barley, and turnip. The fat shimmered on the surface. The broth smelled of strength. And in the final moments of the meal, the girl with the cloth bundle stood up. She unwrapped the pouch of cloudberries, now wrinkled and golden, and poured them into a wooden bowl. She offered them around. One by one, the people dipped fingers in. Just a taste, sweet and tart, the memory of sun trapped in fruit. It was not much, but it was everything. Listen to the hush outside. The wind is not gone, only sleeping. Its breath lingers in the frost on the shutters and the brittle snow crusting the eaves. From the ridge, you might see the first blue haze of morning stretched thin over the fjord. Not quite dawn, not quite night. A sky holding its breath. So lean back now. Let the firelight flicker behind your eyes. Let us drift again into that longhouse and find them there, still waiting out the dark, with hope and hunger. The deer had changed everything. Its meat, salted in layers of seaweed and dried moss, was packed into clay pots. The fat was rendered in a shallow stone pan, slowly and carefully, and poured into seal bladder bags for safekeeping. The skin was scraped clean and stretched near the fire. The marrow was scooped from the bones and mixed with bits of dried onion and oats to form a dense, rich paste. They called it marrow cake. It would be eaten cold on days when fires could not be spared. For the first time in weeks, laughter returned to the longhouse. Soft, unsure, like a melody remembered halfway through. But even in the glow of good fortune, restraint held sway. The chieftain, old Egil, reminded them all that the worst months were yet to come. It was only midwinter. The snow would lie deep through the next moon, and so they portioned with care, counting the days, measuring meat against weather. Still, that night they roasted the liver with wild thyme and turnip slices, wrapped it in wet birch bark, and buried it in embers. The smell filled the house, earthy, iron-rich, faintly sweet. It was a sacred thing, the first liver after hunger. It reminded them of the hunt, of strength, of the thin veil between survival and loss. The liver was shared in order. First to the oldest, then the youngest, then the hunters who had brought it home. No one asked for more. No one needed to. It was enough, simply to taste it. That same night, Brynhild sat by the hearth, mending the net bag that held dried herbs. Her fingers worked slowly, methodically. She whispered to herself as she sorted through the bundles. Juniper, angelica root, wild caraway, dried dandelion. Each had a use, a memory. Some were steeped into teas to calm an empty belly. Others were pressed into wounds or chewed to quiet coughing. But one bundle she held longer, a knot of dried red clover. She stared at it for a moment, then tucked it beneath the floorboards, near where her husband had once slept before the illness took him. She said nothing of it, but the others noticed the soft look in her eyes. In the days that followed, the longhouse turned toward rituals of making. With the fresh fat, they rendered a new batch of tallow candles. One woman shaped the dripping wax around a linen wick, layer by layer, while her daughter braided a rope from dried horsehair and frayed wool. The girl sang as she worked, not loudly, but enough to catch the ear. A lullaby from her grandmother's time, about a sea spirit who stirred soup with a driftwood spoon and gave fish to those who whispered their hunger into the tide. Have you ever sung to your food, not for joy, but to keep its memory alive? That week, they added a new dish to the daily rotation: blood pudding. The hunters had saved the deer's blood in a pot sealed with snow and cloth. Now, warmed slowly over the fire and thickened with barley flour, dried berries, and bits of organ meat, it became something rich and warming. They poured it into a sheep's stomach and boiled it gently, letting the smell rise and mingle with the fire smoke. Not everyone liked it. The texture was strange to some, the flavor bold, but it filled the belly, and that was what mattered. They sliced it thin and fried it on a flat stone, rubbing the surface with fish oil to keep it from sticking. Some dipped the slices in vinegar steeped with herbs. Others ate it plain, chewing slowly, eyes closed. When night fell, if it could be called night in such a place where the sky barely changed, they sat close, sharing warmth. The youngest played with carved bone figures in the corner, whispering stories to herself about giants and geese. The men stitched new boot soles from scrap leather and deer hide. One woman combed a tangle of flax into thread. All the while, the smell of smoke and boiled blood lingered, a reminder of how strange and sacred food had become. Soon after, the snow softened just enough for the men to break through the river ice again. They carried their nets, stiff from cold, and lowered them carefully into the flow. The water, black and fast, bit at their fingers through the gloves. They waited in silence, not because noise would frighten the fish, but because speaking too early might invite disappointment. They caught 3 trout, slender, silver, tired from the cold. Not enough to feed all, but enough to lift the heart. They were gutted on the spot, packed with salt and pine needles, and tied with twine. One would be roasted that night. The other 2 would be smoked in the hut beside the house, a place where alderwood burned low and steady. That evening's meal was simple, reverent: trout roasted on a stick, brushed with lard and a pinch of crushed juniper. Alongside it, dried seaweed soaked and stewed with bits of turnip and the last of the apple vinegar. It was not a feast, but it was light, flavor, motion, all the things that had once seemed forgotten. Afterward, the skald told a new tale. This time, it was of a woman who tricked the wind into giving her grain. She had baked the same bread for 30 days, he said, each time smaller, each time thinner, until the wind took pity and dropped a sack of rye from the sky. When he finished, he passed around a piece of crisp bread baked that afternoon, thin as bark, dark from the fire. It cracked softly between teeth. Everyone smiled. In the nights that followed, the meals became more varied. There was a stew made from pickled cabbage and dried goat meat, a porridge sweetened with the last spoon of mead, even a dish made from moss soaked in lye and rinsed clean. Strange, spongy, but filling. The children called it belly grass and chewed it while pretending to be reindeer. Not everything worked. One night, someone tried to boil old rye flour with onion peel and vinegar. It turned sour, bitter, and black. They fed it to the dogs, who licked the bowl clean. The people laughed, not cruelly, but with relief. It was the kind of mistake that proved you were still trying. Even in hunger, they had not stopped creating. As spring began to whisper through the soil, a softness in the snow, a warmth in the stones, the last of the winter stores were counted. 3 slabs of smoked meat, 1 pot of sour butter, a jar of fish heads in brine, half a cake of barley, enough maybe to see them through the thaw. And on the final moonless night of deepest winter, they made a meal of all the odds and ends: marrow fat, dried roots, a few wild onions, and the last of the blood pudding. It was boiled slowly, stirred with a spoon carved from antler. They called it end pot, the final bowl of the long dark. And when they ate it, they gave thanks, not to gods of thunder or sea, but to the soil, the stone, the frost, for they had endured. A hush rests heavy on the longhouse roof. The world outside is still blanketed in snow, but tonight there is something different in the air, something soft, like thawed earth just beginning to breathe again. The wind no longer bites, it brushes. And in that gentler air, somewhere between silence and ember glow, the people shift in their sleep, with dreams of sunlight warming the skin again. Come now, quietly. Step softly across packed straw and smooth plank floors. The pots are cold, the fire down to coals. But the scent of something sweet, faint, unfamiliar, lingers like a question. It had been nearly 3 moons since the deer came, since the fish were caught, since the sealed jar of pickled cloudberries was opened and passed, hand to hand, like treasure too rare to hoard. The food stores were low again, not gone, but thin. And yet, there was no longer panic. Not because the cold had ended, but because they had remembered how to endure it. Spring had not yet arrived, not truly, but the signs were stacking, small and slow as ice melt beneath the eaves. A droplet here, a trickle there, a bird call in the dark, hesitant and strange. A patch of soil glimpsed near the well where the sun had pressed too long. In the longhouse, they began to think differently about what remained. Every meal was still planned with care, but there was a shift, from desperation to cleverness, from rationing to inventing. Brynhild, as always, led the way. She had seen nearly 6 dozen winters, and this one, for all its harshness, was not her worst. One morning, after the ashes were cleared and water boiled over the fire, she took the last handful of dried plums from a jar, sealed with beeswax, and crushed them into a paste. To this, she added flour made from ground hazelnuts and a bit of rendered fat. The result was a kind of cake, small, dark, dense as packed snow. She wrapped it in birch bark and laid it beneath the hearthstone to warm. When it was brought out later that night, sliced and shared, the children looked at it like it was made of gold. It wasn't sweet, not truly, but it held the memory of sweetness. And in times like these, that was enough. They called it soul bread because it reminded them they still had one. That same day, the last of the seal oil was opened. It had turned slightly sour, but was still usable. They used it sparingly. A thin smear on the underside of flatbread, a glaze across roasted roots. It gave depth, richness, warmth, even if your fingers reeked of it afterward, even if your breath carried it into sleep. Have you ever eaten something that tasted like life itself? Raw, honest, strange, and known in that moment that it was keeping you alive? The youngest child, the girl who once stirred the nettle into the pot, had taken to chewing birch twigs, not out of hunger, but curiosity. Brynhild encouraged her. Clean teeth, she said. Sweet sap. It's good to chew what grows near home. The girl kept one behind her ear like a charm. One evening, the men brought back a pheasant, lone, starved, its feathers matted with ice. It had likely wandered too far from the hills, confused by the early thaw. They plucked it carefully, slow, so as not to waste the skin. The meat was barely enough to feed more than 4. But Brynhild had another idea. She took the bones, the head, the feet, all of it, and boiled them in a pot with onions, dried nettle, and a knob of lichen soaked overnight. The stock simmered for hours until it turned golden brown and thick with flavor. She crumbled stale flatbread into it, added a splash of goat milk, and stirred until the pot gave off a smell that made everyone sit up straighter. She called it poor man's feast. That night, no one left the bowl empty. Even the elder, who had stopped eating days before, took 2 spoonfuls. The children slept with full bellies, heads pressed against their mother's sides. And in the deepest dark, the snow began to drip from the rafters. One drop, then another. It was not music, not yet, but it was rhythm. It was hope. In the days that followed, the longhouse emptied more often. Men went to check the trap lines again. Women ventured to the stream where ice had cracked. Children poked at the earth with sticks, hunting for green shoots, for beetles, for anything that moved. They found moss first, wet, cold, useless for food. But then came signs of something more, spruce tips, tender and green at their very ends. Not enough to eat, but enough to taste. Enough to steep into a tea that smelled of pine and sunlit air. They called it spring tongue, because it taught the mouth what was coming. Soon after, they found the ramp leaves, fat and wide, pungent with promise. The first real green. Brynhild boiled them down with the last of the goat cheese, made a paste, and spread it across oatcakes. That night, the longhouse smelled of garlic and smoke, and the children laughed without being told to. Outside, under a sky still cold but clear, the aurora flickered less brightly. Its power was fading. The stars returned, and in their place, the birds came. One morning, a flock of geese passed overhead. The whole house ran outside to watch, breath fogging the air. They didn't try to catch them, not this time. They just stood and watched them go, northward, toward what was growing. That day, they opened the last jar of honey. It had been saved for a birth, a wedding, a blessing, but none had come. And now, in this moment, not quite spring, not quite winter, Brynhild decided it was time. She warmed the jar near the fire until it flowed like golden water. Each person received a spoonful. Some cried. Some closed their eyes. One woman dipped her finger in and pressed it to her child's lips like a benediction. They called that day the melt. From then on, the meals changed again. More greens appeared, bittercress, young yarrow, wild mustard. They mixed them with what flour remained and made rough dumplings, boiled in broth or roasted on stones. They caught a hare. They trapped a squirrel. They made a salad of spruce and vinegar. One boy found a patch of chives beneath a rock and returned home as if carrying treasure. They still rationed, still counted, but now there was color, texture, scent. And as the final snow melted from the hilltops and the earth turned from white to brown to green, the cellar was nearly empty. 1 dried cod, 2 jars of pickled cabbage, a sealed pot of sour milk. That was all that remained from winter. But it was enough, because now the world was feeding them again. The goats began to give milk. The hens laid their first eggs, small, speckled, warm to the touch. The stream sang louder each day. In the forest, mushrooms began to push through the soil. The first nettles appeared, tall and sharp and beautiful. They were picked with bare hands, stung with purpose, boiled into soup so green it shimmered. They called it welcome broth, and they drank it with open hands. On the night of the first true thaw, the skald told one last story. He spoke of a seed buried in frozen earth, waiting through the cold with no promise of light, and how, one day, without knowing why, it split open and reached upward. Not because it knew there would be sun, but because it had waited long enough. And the people of the longhouse understood. The night no longer swallows the world whole. Light lingers longer now, skimming across the treetops and glinting off puddles where snow once ruled. There is still a chill in the air, still frost in the mornings, but it is no longer the master. It waits now in corners, hiding in shadow, retreating as the sun reclaims what it had lost. The longhouse is quieter in the evenings, but the silence is no longer heavy. It hums with something softer, something like relief. Come close again. Let your breath slow with theirs. Let the story settle back into your bones, like warmth after cold. It is early spring. Truly now. The food from the cellar has been stretched as far as it would go. The last of the smoked meat was used 2 nights ago in a stew thickened with parsnip and crushed acorn flour. There are no more sealed jars beneath the floor, no more fat-wrapped bundles in the straw. The racks are empty, the pots are clean, and yet there is no fear. Because the earth has opened again. Each morning now begins with gathering. The women leave early with baskets slung low on their backs, their feet wrapped in dry grass and worn leather. They do not walk far. Just beyond the fence, along the edges of stream banks and the forest floor, food grows again. Wild, green, strong. The kind that pushes up through old snow and dead leaves, reaching hungrily for sun. Wild garlic is everywhere. It carpets the slopes with its thick, bright leaves and the sharp scent of spring. They pick it by the handful, binding it with cord, crushing it into pastes, folding it into dough. Even the children chew it raw, staining their fingers green and their breath sharp as ash. Dandelions appear next, their leaves bitter and tooth-edged. The older women gather them with care, remembering which ones sting less, which ones boil down softer. The flowers they save for drying, for tea, for honey, when bees return, and the bees will return, soon. Already the hives are being cleared, old wax scraped away, the first scouts drifting near. One evening, a boy returns with a fistful of sorrel, young, tart, full of light. His sister adds it to a pot of water, throws in a scrap of onion, and stirs it until it darkens. They call it green broth. It tastes like waking up. Do you know the taste of sunlight pressed into leaf? Of bitter that turns to sweet as you chew, slowly, slowly, until the hunger fades? That is what the Vikings called varska, the spring sharp. It was not luxury. It was medicine. To eat what had pushed through ice and shadow. To chew what had survived the freeze. It made you feel as if you could survive too. In these weeks, the goats begin to swell with milk. Their udders are full, warm to the touch. The girls gather round in the milking pen, cold fingers pressed to warm skin, waiting for the first squirt, the first splash into the bucket. The sound is a song, a promise. The milk is thin at first, watery from the long winter diet, but it thickens fast. Within days, they make soft cheese again, fresh, pale, wrapped in cloth, and hung from beams to drip. No salt yet, but the flavor is clean, grassy, alive. That night, they smear it across new flatbread, baked from the flour ground just before winter, forgotten at the bottom of a sack. The taste is strange, tangy, soft on the tongue. The children eat in silence, then ask for more. Brynhild laughs for the first time in days. The hens lay more regularly now. Each morning, one or two small eggs appear beneath the hay, warm, perfect, thin-shelled from their winter diet. They are cooked gently, cracked into broth, or poached in milk. Sometimes they are sliced raw onto hot bread and left to warm in the steam. Once, they would have been saved for trade or feast. Now, they are eaten without guilt, because the world is giving again. Even the stream has changed. The ice is gone. The water runs quick and clear, and in its shadow, fish flicker like dreams. The boys wade in, cold to the knees, setting baskets and nets woven from willow. They catch minnows. One lands a trout, small, not worth cooking, but enough to boil for stock. That night, the pot smells of fish and herbs, of garlic and goat milk. The steam curls upward and clings to the rafters. Outside, frogs croak in the dark. A fox barks from the trees. The longhouse eats with its hands again, no longer counting bites. Brynhild watches it all. Her hands are raw, from pulling bark and stripping nettles, but her face is soft. She walks slower now, but with her back straight. She begins a new recipe, one she hasn't made since her third son was born. She roasts barley in a flat pan until it pops and browns, then grinds it into meal. She mixes it with milk, honey from the last jar, and a bit of dried apple saved all this time in linen. It becomes a mush, thick, fragrant, rich. She calls it Barn's porridge. It is the food of new beginnings. The night after that, they gather again near the hearth. No longer because it is cold, but because it is tradition. Because it is where the stories are told. The skald lifts his voice once more. He tells the tale of the raven who brought seeds to a starving village, of how the people planted those seeds not in the ground, but in their memory. And each year after, when hunger came, they remembered what the raven had given and tasted hope. When he finishes, there is no applause, only nods, only the quiet creak of the beams. One girl whispers, "I saw a raven yesterday. It had something in its beak." No one doubts her, because now the world is giving again. The forest gives mushrooms, soft, white, hidden in shadow. The earth gives fiddleheads, curled tight like secrets, then unfurling. The trees give sap, which is boiled into syrup. The sea gives salt, gathered by boiling water in flat pans on low fires. They begin to preserve again. Pickling jars are cleaned. Cloth is sewn for wrapping cheese. The first cuts of fish are dried on racks above the fire. It is not greed, it is memory. The people remember, and they prepare, because winter will come again. But next time, they will meet it with more. And still, they feast. Each evening, just a little. Not a banquet, not a wild joy, but a quiet reverence for what they have. Dandelion greens with vinegar and salt. Young turnips grated raw and mixed with curds. Fish cakes made from mashed trout and dried herbs. Warm milk with a bit of honey and nettle tea. They feed the dogs extra now. They give food to travelers. They eat with their mouths full and their hearts open. Not because they are rich, but because they have endured. And that is the greatest feast of all. There is a kind of quiet that only comes after long survival. A stillness not born of fear, but of fullness. The world does not rush in spring. It stretches, breathes, unfolds, one petal at a time. one blade of grass pushing upward through the dark loam where snow once lay thick and final. The earth is not celebrating. It is remembering. So close your eyes now. Let that soft remembering carry you. Let your thoughts fall gently like petals until you rest once more in the time of the longhouse, where the fire still smolders low in the day's taste of wet soil and wood smoke. The snow had retreated at last, not with fanfare, but with a long exhale. Patches of bare ground grew wider by the day. The longhouse had never felt so porous. Doors left cracked open, shutters unlatched. Light streamed in, not the cold silver of winter, but golden now, thick and dusty and real. It touched the wood, the straw, the faces of the people. And the people changed too. They rose earlier. They walked longer. Their footsteps no longer crunched, but padded across thawed paths. And most of all, they ate differently. The hunger remained, tucked away in muscle and memory. But the food had become something else now. Not just survival, but shape, color, texture. Pleasure returned to their hands first, then to their mouths. There was a boy, thin from winter, freckles stretched across his nose like stars, who brought home a basket of wild strawberries. They were early, too early, and so small they looked like red seeds. But they were real. His mother wept when he poured them into her hand. She crushed them into sour cream and stirred them into porridge. The scent filled the longhouse for hours. One morning, Brynhild awoke before the others, not from worry, but from habit. She stretched her legs slowly, wincing as her joints cracked, then stepped outside. The air was cool, damp. The mist hugged the ground. Birds were already calling, too many to name. She carried a small knife and a cloth satchel. She walked without noise. Near the creek, she found wild onion, fat and green. She dug them gently, cleaned them in the stream, tucked them into her bag. On her way back, she passed a patch of nettle, fresh and tender. She plucked it barehanded, the sting no longer bothering her. She welcomed it, as one might welcome an old ache that meant healing was near. Back in the longhouse, she set to work. She mashed the onion with oil and salt, folded it into yesterday's oatcakes, and baked them again on hot stones. The nettle was boiled into a thick, dark mash and poured over cheese curds left hanging since the week before. She sprinkled it with caraway seeds. The meal looked modest, but when served, no one spoke for several minutes. They were eating green again, not dried, not salted, not stretched, fresh, alive. Have you ever eaten something that still remembered the sun? That still bent toward the sky, even after being plucked? It tastes like resurrection. That afternoon, they made a stew from wild duck, one caught with a sling stone near the riverbank. The duck was small, but fatty. Brynhild seared it first in a pan of hot stones, skin side down, until the scent filled the air. She added cabbage, turnip greens, leeks, and 3 cloves of preserved garlic from the last of the winter stock. Into it, she dropped a few dried apples, softened in mead. The broth shimmered with fat. The flavor was sharp, sweet, and smoky. The longhouse grew silent as they ate, not with reverence, but with pleasure. Later that evening, the youngest boy was found licking the spoon, not out of hunger, out of joy. There was a gathering that week, the first since autumn. Families from neighboring settlements traveled to share news, to barter, to sing. They brought with them dried herbs, seal skin, horn spoons, polished stones, and cheeses shaped in woven baskets. The longhouse received them with warm bread, onion paste, and bowls of milk thickened with sour barley. A young woman arrived carrying a clay pot sealed in beeswax. Inside, rhubarb pickled in honey and vinegar, saved since last summer. The people gasped when the lid was opened. The scent was tart, golden, bright. The pot was passed around slowly. Each person dipped a finger, tasted, and smiled. That night, there was music. Not loud, not wild, but steady. A hum of bone flute and stretched hide drum. Voices braided together in old songs. The ones about ash trees and the sea. About women who carried fish on their backs and children who counted stars until morning. They danced, barefoot on earth still cool from winter. And in the corners, baskets filled with food, not treasures, not guarded, but shared. One elder passed around a pouch of roasted grains mixed with dried berries and a pinch of salt. Another offered pickled fish from the fjord, wrapped in birch leaves. Someone else had seaweed cakes, dried hard and snapped in half. Each offering told a story. Each flavor was memory. And by morning, no one was hungry. Not truly. Because their bellies were full of more than food. The days grew longer still. The garden plot, once frozen, softened enough to turn. The men and women took to it with antler tines and wooden spades, breaking the soil open like a loaf of bread. They planted cabbage, barley, flax. Children poked holes for beans. The goats wandered near, nibbling shoots. The food now was simple, but abundant. Every dish had color. Sorrel soup, baked trout with green onions, goat cheese with crushed herbs, rye porridge with fermented milk and nettle oil, flatbread with honey and ash salt, eggs scrambled with wild greens, served on slabs of warm stone. Even the dogs were fat again. Brynhild began storing again. She dried the first apple blossoms, pressed early garlic into oil, boiled trout heads for stock, and sealed it in skin bladders. She pickled beetroot in a clay jar, layering it with salt and crushed vinegar berries. She strung mushrooms along a cord and hung them in the smokehouse. Not because she feared, but because she remembered. She knew the dark would return, but she also knew they would meet it, not with empty bowls, but with knowledge, with memory. That was the gift of the long dark. Not only hunger, but wisdom. And so the meals now, in spring, were not rushed. They chewed slowly, spoke quietly, passed food without being asked. They remembered the girl who had given her cloudberries, the boy who brought the strawberries, the man who hunted the deer, the woman who made porridge when there was almost nothing left. And in their remembering, they tasted differently. Even the simplest meal, a piece of bread, a smear of cheese, a handful of greens, became more, because they had come through the winter together. The world is green now, but not yet soft. The ground is damp, firm beneath bare feet. The air smells of peat and ash, river water and old moss beginning to breathe again. Birds chatter from the treetops, loud and insistent. A drizzle hangs in the sky without falling. A gray hush stretched like wool between clouds and land. Settle in. Let your breath move like a reed in the wind, slow and bending. Let the past wrap itself around you once more, like a cloak worn thin from use but still warm at the seams. In the longhouse, the pots are never empty now. Even the simplest clay bowl, once rinsed with only snowmelt and hope, holds something meaningful. A smear of fresh curds, a chunk of barley bread, still warm from the stones, a curl of salted fish caught just days ago. And yet, none of it is taken for granted. The people still chew slowly, still pause before the first bite. Not from habit, from reverence. The kind of reverence earned when you've looked hunger in the eye and survived. Brynhild speaks of it often now, not loudly, not as a warning, but as remembrance. Every spring tastes sweeter, she murmurs, because it follows silence. It is planting time. The fields are broken open again. Men press seeds deep into dark soil. Barley, flax, onions, cabbage. The women rake the plots smooth with woven branches. Children scatter handfuls of ash to feed the earth. There is song again. Work song. Planting song. The kind that carries rhythm into tired hands and makes sweat feel like prayer. Lunch in the fields is modest. Flatbread with fish paste. A handful of ramp leaves. Goat's milk cooled in the stream. But the breeze is soft. The sky is generous. And the food, though simple, feeds more than just the body. At night, they gather near the fire, as they always have. But now, the fire is not for warmth. It is for light, for company, for tradition. They roast mushrooms over glowing coals, brushed with oil, dusted with salt, and crushed pine needles. They bake roots in the ash, turning them slowly with sticks. Sometimes, when the mood is high, they boil honey with a pinch of vinegar and pour it over berries, watching it bubble into something that smells like summer waiting to arrive. Have you ever waited so long for sweetness that, when it came, it made your eyes water? That is how spring tastes after a Viking winter. The goat's milk grows richer now. Thick, yellow with fat. Brynhild churns it in a barrel slung from the rafter, rocked gently by passing hands. The butter that forms is soft, fragrant. She adds nothing to it. No salt, no herbs. It needs nothing. It spreads easily across oatcakes, melting before it can be swallowed. One boy eats it plain, licking his fingers afterward. No one scolds him. The hens lay daily now, their feathers bright again, their clucks sharp and proud. Eggs are no longer hidden treasures. They are food again, scrambled with nettles, boiled and halved with vinegar, cracked raw into hot milk with a whisper of honey. The chickens, too, have begun to fatten. Their meat, once unthinkable to use in winter, is now part of planning. One is slaughtered, with thanks, with care. Its fat is rendered, its bones saved for broth, its meat roasted with garlic and wild carrot. It feeds 5. They eat slowly. Even the cartilage is chewed. The dogs whine for scraps. The children sneak them bits. Life has returned to rhythm, but not to ease. There is always work, always hunger waiting at the edges. But now, the people carry something else with them. Confidence, maybe, or trust. Not in luck, but in each other. They have tasted the edge of famine and stepped back whole. They begin to make meat again. The bees have returned, sleepy, slow, golden. Hives are opened. Wax is scraped, strained. The honey, thin and early, is poured into jars and mixed with water, wild yeast, and dried berries. It will ferment in the dark for many weeks. Until then, they wait. And while they wait, they preserve. Brynhild teaches the girls to pickle again. Not the desperate pickling of autumn, but the thoughtful kind. Onion in salt brine, sorrel in vinegar, garlic and honey, fish and oil with herbs tucked between the layers. They press everything into jars, sealed with wax or hide. The cellar, once a tomb of empty shelves, breathes again with promise. They call it the quiet season, not because nothing happens, but because everything moves slowly, steadily, surely. No rush, just readiness. The meals grow more colorful. One day, they stew beets with juniper berries. then mash them with oats and goat cheese. Another evening, they roast cabbage leaves and serve them with ash salt and vinegar from last year's apples. Every meal now has a memory tied to it. This vinegar, someone says, was made when the fjord was frozen. This cabbage, says another, came from seeds your uncle saved. This meal, Brynhild says softly, tastes like my father's hands. And the people listen, and eat, and remember. A feast is called in the 7th week after the thaw, not because the season demands it, but because the people do. A celebration, not of survival, but of abundance, earned thus deliberately, communally. They prepare for days. Meat is smoked, not just to preserve, but to flavor. Fish is soaked in brine, then baked in clay, cracked open at the table. Cheese is unwrapped from linen, soft and sharp with herbs. Bread is baked in fire pits, round, dark, glossy with goat butter. Honey is spooned over crushed berries and poured into bowls made from horn. There are eggs, porridge sweetened with last year's apples, flatbread smeared with rendered marrow, pickled greens, dried mushrooms, duck eggs boiled in salt water and sliced with stone knives. Even the dogs are fed well. And the children, they laugh with mouths full, hair tangled with wildflowers. The feast is not just food, it is renewal, and after the meal, they do not clear the table. They leave the crumbs, they feed the ravens, they scatter seeds for the mice, because they know the cycle will return. And when it does, they want the earth to remember their kindness, as they have remembered hers. That night, Brynhild sits alone for a moment near the hearth. She does not sleep. She runs her thumb over a piece of old bone, worn smooth from decades of stirring pots. She closes her eyes. She sees every winter behind her, every meal saved, every face gone, and she smiles. Because this winter, they did not just survive, they lived. The fire tonight is a quiet one, not crackling, not boastful, but steady, the kind that smolders low, feeding itself on old wood and slow air. Its warmth reaches softly into the corners of the longhouse, where shadows stretch and breathe like old animals at rest. Outside, the rains have come, gentle, constant, the kind that softens paths and washes smoke from the air. Spring is no longer new. It is settled now. Green has crept across the fields without ceremony. Close your eyes again, if you haven't already. Let the hush of that soft rain settle into your chest. We are still with them, still in the longhouse, still listening to how the people learn to eat the year, one season at a time. In the days after the feast, the world slows again, not from cold, from rhythm. The sun rises earlier, lingers longer. Work begins sooner, ends later. And food, though plentiful by winter's standards, is never rushed. They have not forgotten what silence tastes like, what hunger sounds like in the gut. Each morning, the hearth is stirred gently back to life. The coals are still warm from the night before. A log is pressed to their side, moss and splinters added carefully. A breath, a flicker, a flame. Breakfast is often porridge, but not the thin, winter kind. This porridge is thick now, made with barley roasted over stones and crushed with dried fruit or early herbs. Sometimes a spoonful of sour milk is added, sometimes a scrape of soft cheese. They eat with spoons carved from antler, polished smooth from years of use. The bowls are passed hand to hand. Children eat in laps. Elders eat in silence. The steam curls up like a prayer. And always, there is bread. Bread is made every other day now, a rhythm as sacred as song. Flat, round, crisp at the edges, soft at the center. The dough is kneaded with caraway and crushed wild garlic, folded over itself again and again until it remembers its shape. Sometimes it is cooked over flame, sometimes in the ash, sometimes pressed against hot stones until it blisters. Have you ever torn warm bread with your hands, with no need for knives, and tasted in its center the memory of all that was spared? That is how bread feels after the long dark. In the smokehouse, the racks are filling again. Trout, perch, duck, hung in pairs, tails down, their skin tight and golden. The smoke curls from alder and pine, giving the meat a scent that stays in the walls, in the hair, in the hands. The smell of summer stored. Brynhild teaches the youngest how to hang fish so the fat drains properly. If you hang them wrong, she says, the belly bursts, her fingers move without pause. She salts the skin with crushed seaweed and wraps the heads in cloth to keep the flies off. One girl asks why the eyes stay open. To see where they've been, Brynhild replies. Meals now are made of what the earth gives freely. Dandelion crowns battered in flour and roasted in oil. Chickweed folded into oatcakes and cooked in iron pans. Thin slices of pickled turnips served cold, sprinkled with smoked salt and vinegar. They eat outside now, when the rain permits. They sit on low stones, on logs, on grass that still remembers the frost, but dares to grow anyway. One boy chews garlic stems like stalks of sweet reed. His mother braids his hair while he eats, fingers moving faster than her voice. There is no rush. There is only rhythm. One evening, they find mushrooms. Not the dried kind, but fresh, red-topped, fat, smooth. Brynhild tests them by smell and by skin. She presses one to her lips, then waits. They are safe. She stews them with butter and wine, left over from the spring trade, thickened with barley and wild mustard. The pot bubbles low. The smell is strange, rich, damp, slightly sweet. It fills the house. One child declares it the best smell she's ever known. Another says it reminds him of the river in summer. That night, no one speaks much. They just eat. And afterward, they lie on their backs and stare at the ceiling beams, listening to the rain tap like fingers. As summer draws near, the diet shifts again. The meals grow leaner, lighter, not from lack, but from purpose. The people begin preparing for travel, to other settlements, to markets, to summer hunts and sea voyages. Food must be dried, portioned, measured against distance. The meat is smoked harder now, packed tighter in skins. Cheese is salted more heavily. Bread is baked until it cracks. Even the eggs are boiled, peeled, and pickled in vinegar with wild herbs, sealed in pots with lids tied down by waxed cloth and sinew. They will last for weeks this way, months even. One woman prepares her son for the sea. She gives him a pouch of roasted grains and dried fruit, a wedge of hard cheese, and a flask of honey mead thickened with elderflower. He tucks them into his belt pouch without a word. Before he leaves, he kneels and eats one last meal with her, a bowl of fish stew and a flatbread smeared with nettle paste. She brushes the crumbs from his beard with the edge of her sleeve. He does not say thank you. He does not need to. In these days, food is more than food. It is goodbye. It is blessing. It is love, shaped into something that can be chewed. The younger boys begin trapping again, not out of hunger, but as practice. They catch birds, small hares, even a weasel once. Brynhild shows them how to gut and skin the creatures, how to use every part. The bones are boiled, the hides are dried, the organs are eaten quickly before they spoil. The stew made from these catches is thick, dark, and oddly sweet. flavored with dried berries and herbs from last season. Nothing is wasted. Even the bones are cracked open and sucked dry. Have you ever eaten marrow scraped with a stick? The way a child eats honey from a spoon? That is what memory tastes like. By midsummer, the diet is vibrant again. They eat peas from the vine, green beans stewed with onions, porridge sweetened with raspberry mash. One family gathers early blueberries and crushes them into goat's milk, stirring until it turns purple. The elders smile at the color. It reminds them of spring berries crushed between snow-covered fingers. A time of want, a time now gone, but not forgotten, never forgotten. Because in the Viking world, forgetting was a kind of death. And remembering, even the hunger, was a kind of feast. The air is thick with midsummer scent, not of flowers, not even of trees, but of warm stone, wet soil, and smoke clinging to woolen tunics left too close to the fire. The sky no longer dips fully into night. Even the darkness glows faintly blue. And though the hearth still burns in the longhouse, its fire now flickers more for tradition than for need. Breathe slowly now. Let your thoughts follow the warmth that settles behind the ribs. Let the story cradle you once more, not in hunger, but in reflection. The people of the longhouse have not forgotten the winter. They carry it in their hands, their teeth, their silence. But midsummer is not for sorrow. It is for labor, for laughter, and for laying away what must be saved. For if winter taught them anything, it was this: what is eaten in joy must also be remembered in caution. And so, the days begin early now. Before the sun clears the hilltops, they are already moving. The older boys climb to the berry ridges, leather sacks slung over shoulders. Their fingers are stained red by mid-morning. The girls return from the forest paths with bundles of wild greens, roots, and early mushrooms hanging from their belts. The goats are milked, the hens fed. The smokehouse fills again. Fish, fowl, even slabs of goat meat, now salted and hung from twisted cords above the fire. Each task is part of a larger rhythm. One few speak aloud, but all understand. At the center of this rhythm is food. It is no longer just sustenance. It is currency. It is offering. It is preparation. But more than anything, it is gratitude. This is the season when what was lost is replenished. Brynhild oversees the drying of herbs: wild mint, yarrow, nettle, and angelica. Each is laid across woven mats near the smoke hole, turned carefully with bone combs. The scent is sharp and clean, like memory. She steeps some for drinking, some for wounds, some just to hang above beds for luck. One bundle of dried nettle she braids into a loop and gives to the youngest child, telling her it will keep hunger from returning to her dreams. The girl hangs it above her cot. She sleeps well that night. Meals now are fresh again, nothing salted, nothing dried. Every dish is soft, bright, living. One morning, they stew cabbage with crushed garlic and goose fat, adding sliced mushrooms and a pinch of sea salt. The pot steams beside a hearth no longer needed for heat. The steam rises slowly. It smells of earth, of flesh, of time. Bread is made each day, not flat now, but round, swollen with leaven. The starter is fed every morning, a living thing that smells sour and strong. The dough is mixed with rye, barley, and flour made from dried acorns crushed into meal. Sometimes honey is added, sometimes just salt. It rises near the fire, covered in cloth, breathing slowly like a sleeping child. The bread bakes on heated stones, covered with a lid of iron or clay. When it comes out, the crust is thick and black, but the inside is soft and steaming. They eat it with goat butter, with garlic paste, with milk curd, and chopped greens. Sometimes they eat it alone, tearing it into pieces and letting it sit on the tongue. Because even bread now carries flavor, and flavor is a form of praise. Have you ever tasted bread so fresh that it still feels like it's growing in your mouth? So warm, it slows your thoughts, steadies your hands. That is midsummer bread in a Viking home. One afternoon, a man returns from the coast with gifts: dried kelp, fish roe, seal blubber wrapped in seaweed. Not delicacies, not trophies, but food for storage, food for barter, food for winter. Brynhild thanks him with a bowl of curdled milk and a slab of roasted duck smeared with mustard greens. They speak little, but the exchange is understood. The seal blubber is rendered the next day, slowly, carefully, until it softens into pale oil. It is poured into horn vessels, sealed with beeswax. It will be used sparingly, for frying, for light, for skin. In the back of the longhouse, the cellar begins to fill again. Jars of pickled greens, bundles of dried roots, loaves of hard bread sealed in cloth and wax, dried berries rolled in honey and packed in layers of moss. Every shelf, once bare, now speaks of foresight. The youngest children are given their first jars to guard, small clay pots of dried mushrooms and caraway seeds. They carry them proudly, understanding instinctively that food is not just given, it is kept, it is earned, it is honored. One night, a rare dish is made: fresh cheese boiled with herbs and pressed into molds lined with birch bark. The cheese is soft, sour, and faintly sweet from milk warmed in the sun. They serve it with fish smoked over juniper and wrapped in cabbage leaves. The meal is simple, but everyone eats with the care they once reserved for feast days. Afterward, the skald stands and speaks of the last winter. He does not speak of snow or cold. He speaks of broth, of the night the stew was made from bark and bones, of the morning the goat gave milk again, of the day the girl opened her pouch of cloudberries, and as he speaks, they remember, not with pain, but with pride, because each moment of hunger gave shape to this one. Each silence made the laughter louder now. Each bite that was spared makes these meals taste deeper. The children listen, eyes wide. Some of them do not remember the early winter at all. They were too small, too wrapped in fur and sleep to notice the scraping bowls, the tight belts. But they listen, and by listening, they carry it forward. Because the feast is not just what is eaten, it is what is remembered. The final dish of the night is a porridge: oats soaked in mead, boiled with berries and goat's milk until thick and fragrant. A pinch of sea salt, a spoon of honey. It is served warm in carved bowls, each person taking only as much as they need. They eat in silence, not because they are sad, because they are full. Not just of food, but of time, of stories, of knowing that what comes next, the turning of the season, the fading of the sun, the creeping edge of the dark, will not arrive unnoticed. They will be ready because they remember. And remembering, after all, is a kind of feast. The wind this evening is softer than it was last night. It moves through the grass with gentler hands, as though it too is growing tired from long labor. The scent of wood smoke still rises from the longhouse chimney, but it no longer carries urgency. It smells now of routine, of a fire not meant to save, but to warm, to cook, to keep the rhythm. So let your eyes drift closed again. Let your thoughts fold inward, like bread dough left to rise, slowly, quietly, until they grow full. You are still with them, still in that longhouse, still part of the turning year. Late summer brings abundance, but it also brings work. Always work. And with work, a different kind of hunger. Not the hollow ache of winter, but the deep-bellied weariness that comes after carrying, climbing, lifting, grinding. And that hunger must be fed just as carefully. Now, the meals are heavier again, not out of need, but design, to feed the strength that planting and harvest demand. Barley is boiled thicker, porridge cooked longer, with curds and fat added in generous spoonfuls. Oat cakes are made twice a day now, pressed with wild seeds and brushed with oil, rendered from fish liver or goose fat. The flatbread, too, grows darker and richer, baked longer, flavored with wild garlic, nettle, even mashed onion. But there is sweetness, too. The first plums are dried over the hearth. Apples are sliced thin and strung on linen cord. The elderberries ripen, plucked in clusters and mashed into pastes that stain the hands purple. Brynhild mixes the berries with vinegar and honey, then seals them into jars. A thick syrup, the color of twilight. For coughs, she says, but the children lick the spoon when she turns her back. The goats still give milk, but not as much. The grasses are browning. The sun rises more slowly now, so the milk is saved, clabbered, thickened, strained, turned into cheese again. Some are pressed hard, salted, and wrapped in leaves. Others are soft and sour, eaten within days, flavored with ground herbs and crushed greens. One morning, the women make butter again. The churn is carried outside, and each girl takes turns turning it, singing while they work. Their song is not for joy, not entirely. It is to keep time, to keep breath moving, to make the work seem lighter than it is, and when the butter is finished, it is shaped into small mounds, wrapped in bark, and buried in the cool soil beneath the shade of the outer wall. It will keep for weeks this way. They use it that very night to fry onions and leeks, both pulled fresh from the garden. The leeks thin and sharp, the onions still wet with dew. The scent reaches the far end of the house before the pan has even settled. It smells like warmth, even without fire. Have you ever smelled something cooking that made your mouth water before your body remembered hunger? That is fried onion in late summer. The river is lower now, but the fish are still running. The men go out each dawn with traps and nets. They bring back salmon, perch, grayling, fat from the season, their bellies swollen, their scales gleaming like hammered silver. Some are eaten fresh, baked in clay with wild thyme and garlic, while others are gutted and smoked, split down the spine, laid open like a book beneath the alderwood flames. And it is in this season, when the fish are plenty and the salt has not yet run low, that the roe is collected. The women gather around low tables, splitting fish with bone knives, pulling the sacks of eggs gently free. They are salted lightly, mixed with chopped onions and oil, then packed into small jars. It is rich, salty, faintly sweet. The children wrinkle their noses at first, but learn to love it. It is eaten spread thin on warm bread, or stirred into porridge, or, on quiet nights, licked straight from the spoon when no one is watching. Brynhild stirs a pot of soup one evening and adds a spoon of roe. The broth thickens instantly. The flavor deepens. And when the first mouthful is taken, she watches the shoulders in the room relax. This is what food does now. It softens everything, even the memories. The people are still preparing, always preparing. The cellar grows full again. Sacks of dried peas, barrels of root vegetables buried in sand, pots of pickled greens and fish sealed in brine. Flatbread is stacked in bundles, tied with cord, pressed flat between boards to keep out the damp. And they begin preserving in new ways. Sun-drying fish on racks near the river, burying sealed jars in deep clay pits lined with moss and charcoal, pressing berries into cakes with ash to keep them from spoiling, making cheese hard enough to crack with a knife, but still white at the center when split. Food is no longer fleeting. It is archived, guarded, loved, and yet they still eat well, because what is preserved is not always withheld. Some nights are for sharing what might have been saved, because sharing is part of storing too, part of survival, not just of the body, but of the bond. One of the hunters returns with a wild boar, small, lean, but enough to feed many. It is slaughtered quickly, its blood caught in a bowl and mixed with oats to make pudding. The meat is rubbed with ash and salt, then roasted slowly over an open pit. They wrap the boar in damp leaves, bury it beneath hot stones, and let it cook for half a day. The smell spreads before the sun reaches its peak. And when they lift it from the pit, the steam rises like incense. That evening, they eat until their fingers shine, until the fat gathers at the corners of their mouths, until the youngest children doze off with bones still clutched in sticky hands. No one speaks of winter that night, not because they have forgotten, but because they know they will meet it differently. They have eaten deeply, stored wisely, remembered everything. And the remembering is what matters most. One woman, her hair tied with flax string, stands up at the end of the meal and offers a bowl of stewed berries and sweet curd. She does not speak. She just places it in the center of the room, beside the fire. No one touches it. It is an offering for the ancestors, for the future, for the longhouse itself. They leave it there overnight. By morning, it has cooled, thickened, a little dusted with ash. They divide it among themselves. One spoonful each, enough to taste, to remember, to begin the cycle again. The wind has changed again, not sharply, not like the slicing drafts of early winter, but with a murmur, a turn. It brushes the tops of barley stalks in the field with a kind of question. The air is drier now, the days still long, but the sun sets more deliberately. It does not linger as it did in midsummer. Shadows stretch sooner. The birds change their songs. Lie still now. Let the dusk settle across your mind, like a blanket pulled gently to the chin. The world in the longhouse moves as slowly as the season turns. The heat of summer is fading, but the hands of the people do not slow. They quicken, because autumn is coming. And that means storing. That means work. That means food. Again, to becomes something sacred. The field outside the longhouse hums with labor. The barley is tall and heavy, the heads bent under their own weight. It is time. The reaping begins at first light. No metal scythes here, not for barley. Small hand blades made from bone and horn are used. The stalks are gripped with one hand and sliced low with the other, bundled, tied, stacked in sheaves. The children carry the bundles, stacking them in dry places, turning them each day to prevent mold. The older women clean the chaff from the grains by hand, tossing them in wide baskets, letting the wind do the lifting. It is not a fast process, but nothing sacred is, and barley is sacred, for it is the beginning of bread, of porridge, of ale, of winter itself. That week, meals are simpler again. Less meat, more grains. The fish are fewer now, The goats growing lean, the herbs turn bitter. So the people eat from what they have stored. Bread made from the last of the fresh ground flour, cooked on hot stones. Porridge thickened with goat's milk and wild apple. Soup, thin but warm, made from onions, dried peas, and caraway. Each bowl is eaten fully. No crust left behind. No drop left cold. Because this is the time of taking stock, of looking ahead, and of remembering what it means to last. Brynhild rises early each morning to inspect the cellar. She moves with slow care now. Her knees stiff, her steps short, but her eyes see everything. She counts the jars, smells the lids, taps on sealed pots to listen for spoilage. She teaches the youngest how to test for rot. If it smells sharp like vinegar, it's safe. If it smells sweet when it shouldn't, toss it. They nod, absorbing each word like water on stone. Because food is not just for the mouth, it is for the mind. They begin drying meat again. What little is caught in the traps: squirrel, hare, grouse. The animals are skinned, cleaned, salted, strung on sticks. They dry near the fire or in the smokehouse, depending on the day. The meat shrinks to half its size, but it keeps. Some of it is pounded into paste with fat and berries, a kind of traveling food. The children call it hunter's cake. It is not sweet, but it fills the belly, and it stays good even when snow falls. One boy is caught eating his early. Brynhild does not scold. She simply hands him another and says, "Now you owe the house twice." The lesson is learned. The garden begins to yellow now, not from drought, but from age. The cabbages are full. The onions have fallen over. The last beans hang like shadows under the leaves. The women harvest everything. Cabbage is sliced into strips and pounded with salt, layered in clay pots. It will sour over the weeks. They weigh it down with stones and seal it with wax. It will taste sharp, but it will feed them when nothing else grows. The onions are braided and hung from the rafters. The beans are dried on racks, shelled by hand, their pods fed to the chickens. No part is wasted. The outer leaves of the cabbages, too tough for eating, are used to wrap fish. The water from boiling onions is saved for broth. Even the cracked bean hulls are mixed into bread dough. One evening, they boil cabbage with goose fat and dried apple slices. The pot bubbles for hours. When it is ladled into bowls, the steam carries a smell no one speaks of, but everyone feels. It smells like what will last. That night, a child asks, "Will it be a hard winter?" Brynhild says nothing at first. Then she replies, "All winters are hard, but we're harder." They continue eating. And when they are done, they wrap the leftover bread in linen and tuck it high above the hearth. Each day now, the air grows cooler. The first frost appears on the edges of leaves, sparkling before dawn. The goats are moved closer to the longhouse. The chickens roost earlier. Even the dogs dig deeper nests. And inside, the work of closing begins. Cracks in the wall are stuffed with moss. Extra logs are brought in. Straw is piled near each sleeping bench. Blankets are repaired. Boots checked for holes. The longhouse begins to smell again, like smoke and wool, like root vegetables, like boiled vinegar and old iron. And in the midst of this preparation, they feast once more. Not a feast of celebration, but a feast of marking. It is the last fresh meal of the year. They roast the biggest cabbage with onion and butter, slice apples into thick wedges, and bake them on stones with honey. They boil fish heads for hours, then mash the cheeks into a paste and spread it on fresh bread. They eat soft cheese that won't last much longer. They drink the rest of the weak mead. They laugh a little. They eat slowly, because they know what comes next. Not yet, but soon. Soon the sun will fall early. The wind will rise. The rivers will crust with ice. The goats will stop giving milk. The soil will go hard again, but they are not afraid. They are fed. They are ready. And this time, they will not scrape the bottom of the cellar by midwinter. They will not boil the same bones 3 times. They will not go without greens until their teeth ache. They have prepared. Brynhild watches them, face lined with shadow and firelight. She does not smile, but she is content, because every hand in this house has helped to feed the others. And that, she knows, is what survives. At the end of the night, she stands and lifts her bowl, still half full of broth. We do not pour out the last, she says. She places it by the door. For the road ahead, she adds. And all understand. A mist has settled low across the hills. It does not drift or swirl. It clings, as if the land, full from summer's plenty, now wishes to cover itself again. The grass is slick in the mornings. The wooden steps outside the longhouse darken with moisture. Leaves tremble in the breeze, not yet fallen, but no longer bold. The light has changed, shorter now, tinged with bronze, and the people know. Without being told, without the sky needing to shout, they know. Autumn has come. Breathe slowly now. Let your chest rise and fall like the wind through the barley fields, steady and sure. You are still with them, the household by the edge of the fjord, the hands that gathered, the mouths that waited, the memory of hunger tucked like a stone inside every bowl. They do not speak of winter directly, but every action whispers its approach. Inside the longhouse, everything is touched with readiness. Clay pots sealed with beeswax are stacked by the walls. Bundles of dried herbs hang in dark corners, some for eating, some for healing. The air smells like vinegar, like smoke, like root cellar damp. Each meal is eaten slowly, each scrap kept. But this is not desperation. It is discipline. And there is pride in it. The people know what they have built, what they have saved. They remember last year, the thin stews, the dry mouths. This year will be better. Not easy, no, but better, because they have earned it. And yet, there are still tasks left. The final harvest begins at first light. The cabbages are pulled whole from the ground, their outer leaves ragged from wind, but their cores tight and pale. Beets are lifted one by one, their red skin slick with black earth. Carrots are tugged in handfuls, twisted, sharp, smelling of cold soil. The children help. Even the smallest hands carry baskets. It is not about speed. It is about being part of it. At midday, they pause to eat, not in the house, but among the rows. Bread with curd and green onion, a handful of dried berries, broth carried in leather pouches. They eat quickly, then return to pulling. The ground is soft now, but soon it won't be. Brynhild stays near the longhouse, tending to the boiling pots. Pickling brine must be stirred, cooled, poured. She moves like smoke, quiet, constant. She has made this same brine since she was a girl. Water, salt, vinegar made from apples gone too soft, crushed garlic, herbs. She fills each jar with sliced cabbage or beetroot or onion, then pours in the brine and seals it with cloth and wax. By the end of the week, 40 jars are stacked by the hearth. She exhales once, slowly, then begins again, because the cellar can hold more, because winter asks more. The men return from the forest with meat, not plenty, but enough. A wild pig, lean and gray, with fat still thick along its sides. A half-dozen hares. A pair of ducks. All are cleaned, skinned, bled, and salted by sundown. The boar is hung in the smokehouse, gutted but whole. It will hang there for days, maybe a fortnight, until the scent changes from raw to ready. One of the ducks is eaten that night, roasted with apples and sage, its skin blistered, the fat pooled beneath it. The broth it leaves behind is dark as soil. They drink it from wooden bowls. Not a word is spoken, because in this moment, they are not simply full, they are fortified. Have you ever eaten something so slowly that you felt your bones soaking it in? That is what meat tastes like when you've lived months on roots and bread. That is what duck tastes like after hunger. The marrow is scraped from the bones, mixed with oats and fat and packed into clay. It will be kept for lean days. Even the liver is sliced thin, fried with vinegar and thyme, served to the oldest woman in the house. She chews it slowly, deliberately, then nods once. It is good. Autumn gives more still. The apples, though small this year, are ripe at last, tart, firm, dappled with light. The children climb the trees barefoot, their hands stained with sap and leaf. They gather in sacks, in baskets, in arms full. The best are laid on shelves for storage. The bruised are stewed with honey and poured into jars. The cores are tossed to the chickens. And the peels? They are dried in the hearth smoke, to be brewed into tea when winter grows long. Even waste becomes warmth here. They make cider, too, a weak kind, barely fermented, cloudy and sweet. It will not keep long, but it will bring laughter to the table before the frost takes the berries. They drink it with fresh cheese and bread, with dried meat and thick stew. And for one night, they allow themselves to eat like they are not afraid. They allow themselves to celebrate. The next day, they return to caution. The grain stores are checked. The sacks lifted, weighed, sniffed for mold. The barley is threshed again. Some is roasted, some ground into flour, some sealed whole for trade. Brynhild bakes new bread. This time, she uses last year's honey and a touch of ground apple. The loaves are darker, softer. She wraps them in cloth and stacks them in crates by the hearth. She sets one aside, wraps it in fine linen, marks it with a sprig of sage. First snow bread, she says. The children ask if it's for a feast. No, she replies, it's for the day the sun forgets us. They understand, because winter is not just cold, it is forgetting. Forgetting what sweetness feels like, what warmth does, what flavor means. So they prepare their memory. One taste at a time. The goats are moved into shelter. The chickens penned in tighter space. The dogs are fed from bowls, not scraps. Everything is narrowing now. Everything is turning inward. The final herb bundles are taken down and stored in linen bags, some for broth, some for wounds, some for dreams. One pouch is kept by the fire, filled with dried apple peel, mint, and nettle. It will be brewed on the first night they must sleep through silence, because it is not only the body that needs feeding in winter, it is the spirit. And food remembers that. One final task remains. Brynhild brings out the stone jars, the oldest ones, kept beneath the bench in shadow all summer. Inside them, a soft paste, smoked fish, crushed root, herbs, and fat. She spoons it out slowly, wraps it in bark, ties it with gut string. Travel rations, emergency food. The kind of food you hide behind everything else and pretend you've forgotten until you need it. She places the bundles deep in the cellar, then steps back and breathes. They are ready. Not perfectly, not fully, but ready, because they have not forgotten. They have stored every root, every slice, every drop, every crumb, not with fear, but with understanding. Winter is not a punishment, it is a test. and this year they will pass. The first frost does not shout its arrival. It comes quietly, in the stillness before dawn, touching each leaf with a pale shimmer and turning the grass brittle beneath bare feet. The chickens make less noise in the mornings now. The goats linger near the barn. The river has slowed, not in current, but in sound, a subtle hush where once there was gurgling. The air carries a cold breath beneath the warmth of noon. Settle into that quiet now. Breathe it in like the faint scent of ash in the wool. Let your thoughts find rest in the knowledge that nothing is forgotten, not the sun, not the cold, not the meals made in silence. Inside the longhouse, no one says the word winter, not yet, but it's felt in every gesture, in the way hands move more quickly over the pots, in how boots are kept closer to the bed, in the way the bread is sliced more evenly, more carefully. The fire burns all day now, low, steady, never quite allowed to go out, not because the cold has arrived, but because they can feel its shape approaching. Brynhild begins rising earlier. She walks the longhouse before the others wake, checking each jar, each pot. She listens to the cellar, to the silence between the stones. She runs her fingers along the top of the vinegar jugs, the edges of the sacks, not to count, just to know. She hums as she moves, not a song, just a memory. The meals change again. The fresh greens are gone. Even the sharp sorrel has wilted into memory. The last of the root vegetables are being eaten now, carefully rotated from the bottom of the barrel where they've grown soft. One meal is boiled cabbage with barley and thin strips of dried duck fat. Another, a stew made from smoked perch, onion, and the last of the carrot tops. They no longer eat by light. They eat by fire. Dinner is earlier each day, not by clock, but by sky. The first snowfall comes in silence. The children are the ones to see it first. Flakes drifting like ash, sticking only where the shadows lie. The others come to the door. No one speaks. They watch as the wind carries the snow in wide, lazy spirals. Someone says, "It begins," but no one answers. That night, they eat the bread wrapped in sage, the first snow bread. It's sliced slowly, shared by the palm. Soft at the center, still fragrant with herbs. Brynhild toasts it lightly on the hearthstone, rubbing it with a clove of garlic, dipping it in warm broth made from cabbage and marrow. It is not feast. It is not famine. It is what falls between. They begin to close the longhouse in earnest. Animal skins are pulled over the shutter slits. Extra moss is stuffed in every crevice. The floor is layered in straw. The beds are made smaller, closer, warmer. And still, the meals continue. Now, they rely on jars. Pickled cabbage, crisp and sharp, stirred into stews with onions and thin shavings of dried meat. Dried mushrooms soaked overnight, then cooked with goat's milk and oats into thick porridge. Salted fish boiled just enough to soften the skin, then served with hard bread softened in broth. Have you ever eaten something that made your teeth ache and your heart swell in the same moment? That is what food tastes like in early winter. Each bite carries weight, not just of nourishment, but of memory. Each meal is a knot tied in time, holding the people together in the face of what comes. The dogs sleep closer now. The goats are milked less, but their warmth is cherished more. The chickens stop laying. Their feed is rationed. The days shorten. There is no more foraging, only fire. Only food that was made when the sun still lingered on the hilltop. One night, they eat blood pudding, made months ago, kept cool in the cellar, sliced and fried in fish oil. It is dark, salty, thick. They eat it with sour apple paste and thin barley cakes. It fills the belly for hours. That is the goal now. Slow food. Food that holds. Food that warms the limbs. And there are fewer choices now. But that does not mean fewer blessings. They still have butter, though it is salted heavily and hard. They still have dried berries, though they are saved for the sick and the children. They still have meat, though it's chewed to the bone and the bones are boiled twice. Even the broth is strained, cooled, reboiled with herbs. Even the fat is saved. Even the crumbs are wiped from the bowls with fingers and tongues and cloth. One morning, Brynhild makes something special. She takes dried fish, pounds it into flakes, mixes it with oat flour, chopped onion, and a spoon of seal fat. She presses it into cakes, cooks it slowly on a stone smeared with lard. The cakes hiss and spit. The smell is strong but welcome. The children call them winter fish rounds. They eat them with hands wrapped in wool, blowing the steam from their fingers. The snow outside deepens. The roof groans under its weight. But inside, the people keep moving. They tell stories now while they eat, not loud, not boisterous, but steady. One night, the skald tells of the time Thor hid his hammer beneath a flatbread. The children giggle. The adults smile. They chew their bread a little slower. Because bread matters now. Because it might not come again for days. One night, a woman falls ill. A cough deep in her chest. A fever that makes her quiet. Brynhild brings out the elderberry syrup, the dried apple peel, the honey. She makes a tea from moss and willow bark, stirs in garlic paste and thick milk. The woman recovers slowly. She is given the last egg, saved from autumn, wrapped in cloth, buried in straw. It is boiled soft, cracked carefully, fed to her with a spoon. No one asks if it was worth it. Of course it was, because every person here is part of the food, part of the memory. The meals grow more modest now. Bread every other day, porridge thinned with water. The cheese has hardened to the point of needing to be shaved with a knife. But still, there is food. Still, the cellar is not empty. Still, the hands are not idle. Brynhild boils bones again. She adds dried nettle, sour milk, a splash of vinegar. The broth is dark, bitter. She drinks it in silence, then gives it to the others. It will hold you, she says. They believe her. They always do, because she is the one who remembers, the one who made the first bread after the last winter, the one who never lets the fire die. Outside, the snow keeps falling, but inside, there is warmth. Inside, there is food. And even now, even in the silence of midwinter's edge, they are fed. The snow does not melt now. It settles. It thickens. It presses into the thatch on the longhouse roof and dulls the sound of footsteps outside. The paths vanish. The sky becomes a ceiling made of stone-colored wool. Even the birds are quiet, having flown or fallen silent. The world has narrowed to the length of the fire's reach. Everything beyond it is drift and cold. Let your breath slow now. Feel the way the firelight folds through the silence, a flickering thread stretched through the shadows. Let your body soften like bread left to rise near the hearth. You are safe. You are fed. You are inside the longhouse, and you are not alone. This is midwinter, not the darkest day, not yet, but near enough. The sun rises late, skimming the edge of the horizon, then fades again before the second meal. The people measure the hours by the coals, the number of times they add wood, the length of a boiled pot, and the meals? They are humble, but they are enough. The morning begins with porridge, as it always does. Now, made from barley mixed with dried mushroom and sour whey. There is no fruit now, no milk, no sweetness, only salt and fat stirred into the pot like memory. It is eaten slowly, each bite held in the mouth. Not for flavor, for warmth. The children chew in silence. They know not to ask for more. Lunch is often broth, light, thin, hot, made from bone boiled 3 times, the last shavings of dried leek, sometimes a sliver of preserved meat, more for scent than for substance, served with flatbread if there is any left. If not, simply with hands cupped around the bowl for warmth. But dinner, if the day has gone well, is heavier. That evening, they eat marrow mash, bone boiled till the center softens. The rich paste scraped and folded into oats with onions and the last of the garlic brine. A thick mush, heavy. The children lick the bowls clean. Brynhild watches with a quiet smile. She does not speak often now. Her hands are cracked from cold, stained from herbs, stiff at the knuckles. But they still move with care. She still rises first, still checks the jars, still stirs the fire, still cooks. Because food, at this point in the year, is not just about hunger. It is about rhythm. If they eat, the day has meaning. If they chew, they are still present. If they share the bowl, they are still whole. One morning, the skald rises early. He finds a sack behind the hearth, forgotten, or perhaps hidden. Inside, dried blueberries, pressed flat from weight. He holds them in his palm, warm from the fire, and smiles. He does not eat them alone. He brings them to Brynhild, and together they boil them with snow and a bit of vinegar, stirring until the pot darkens. They fold in dried herbs, a spoon of ash salt, and thicken it with flour. It becomes a jam, a sour one, a strong one. That night, it is spooned onto hard bread and passed around, not enough to satisfy, but enough to lift the eyes. Even the smallest child chews in reverent silence. It tastes like memory, like summer, flattened and folded and saved. That week, the cold deepens. The wind finds new ways to enter, down chimneys, beneath doors, through cracks stuffed with moss. The longhouse creaks in the night. The fire is never left alone. The goats huddle together. The chickens stop moving much at all. One dies. Its body is plucked, cleaned, boiled whole. The meat is used for soup, the bones for broth. The feet and neck are fried in fat. The liver is eaten by the oldest. Even the skin is roasted over coals and chewed like bark. Have you ever eaten something not because you wanted to, but because you knew the day might come when it would be all that stood between you and silence? That is what chicken skin tastes like in deep winter. The days blend, the meals repeat, but they are still here. They are still fed. And that, in this part of the world, is a kind of miracle. One night, a blizzard comes. It howls for hours, turning the world outside to white breath and shapeless drift. The door must be shoveled clear from inside. Snow presses through the walls. The fire is stoked higher. Everyone huddles together, wrapped in fur, sharing heat. That night, there is no stew, no bread, only broth. Passed hand to hand in bowls so warm they burn the palms. Inside that broth, slivers of dried fish, garlic brine, a bit of marrow. Enough. They drink it in shifts, the youngest first, then the elders, then the rest. There is no talking, only breathing, only warmth. In the morning, the storm has passed. The longhouse is heavy with ice, but they are alive. Brynhild makes bread the next day, not from flour, from bark. She boils the inner pine, scraped thin weeks ago, dries it, grinds it to powder, and folds it into barley and ash. The loaves are dark, dense, bitter, but they hold, they chew. They do not ask for sweetness, only texture, only sustenance. Later, they mix dried peas with fish oil and mash it into paste. It is pressed into small rounds and fried on hot stones. It smells strange, but it fills the room. It coats the teeth. It silences the belly. Even the dogs are fed scraps that night. Even the dogs curl close and sleep without whimper. Brynhild shares a secret with the children. From under the floorboards, she brings out a jar. Inside, pickled beets, deep red, soft from the brine, sweetened once with honey, now almost sour. She opens it slowly. The scent is sharp. The children stare. She gives each one a slice. Thin, cold, soft. They eat without blinking. It is the only color they have seen in days. It is more than food. It is a promise that something other than snow still lives. That something sweeter than bone broth still waits. And they sleep that night without dreams because their bellies are full enough and the fire is warm enough. And they know now what it takes to last. The days are barely days now. The light comes and goes so quickly, it's hard to remember whether the sun truly rose or whether it only stirred behind the clouds, then slipped away again. There is no color outside, only gray sky, white snow, brown bark, and the pale sheen of frost on every surface. Even the breath from their mouths no longer feels like life, but smoke drifting from tired bodies. Close your eyes. Breathe with them. In the longhouse, they do not count days anymore. They count warmth. They count meals. They count breaths shared by the fire. And though the world outside is locked in its deepest sleep, inside there is still motion, still care, still food. Because to stop cooking is to stop hoping. And the Vikings, even now, do not stop. It is a bitter day when the firewood runs low. The last of the dry pine has been burned. What remains is damp, or cold-soaked, or buried under a drift outside. The men must dig for it, shoulders hunched, beards stiff with frost. When they return, their arms full, their fingers blackened by cold. The others say nothing. They simply take the wood and feed the fire. That night, the house smells like fish broth again, because fish, more than anything, keeps. Dried perch is boiled with salt, then boiled again with barley, then thickened with root mash. A few herbs are added, not for flavor, but for memory. Brynhild stirs the pot slowly, her eyes closed. She knows the sound it should make when it thickens just enough. She feels it change under her hands. She does not taste it. She does not need to. The children eat first, then the elders, then the hunters, then those who chopped wood. Then, and only then, Brynhild takes a bowl for herself. She eats every bite. She licks the spoon clean. Because nothing can be spared now, and nothing should be. There are few eggs left, perhaps none. The hens have long since stopped laying. Their feed has run out. They are kept alive with scraps, bits of bread, frozen cabbage leaves, and whatever insects crawl near the hearth. But they are not eaten, not yet. They are part of the rhythm, the promise, that when spring returns, so too will the eggs. One night, a small goat dies. It was old, weak. It passed in the cold without sound. They give thanks. Then they clean it carefully. Nothing is wasted. The meat is roasted slowly, the bones split for marrow, the liver fried with dried leeks. The stomach scraped and boiled with herbs to make soup. The skin is scraped, dried, hung to become boots. Even the blood is used, mixed with oats, fried into cakes, served cold, with salt and onion, if there is any. Some turn their faces away, but they eat. They always eat, because each mouthful is another day, and each day is a step closer to light. The snow outside thickens. The door is kept closed now, with leather cords and stones. Only the smoke hole is open. It lets out the breath of the house, and that is what the house has become, a living thing, breathing through fire, eating through hands. Sometimes they eat only once a day. That once must count. On one such day, Brynhild makes what she calls stone stew, not for the poor, not for the hungry, but for the careful. She boils water with bones boiled already, adds moss, seaweed, dried fish, cracked oats, a scrap of pickled cabbage. Then, from a pouch at her belt, she adds 3 small stones, rounded, clean, worn from years of cooking. The stones carry heat, they hold warmth. They turn and stir and tumble. They make the soup feel thicker than it is. The children believe in the magic of the stones. So do the elders. That night, they eat with quiet satisfaction, because even the stew, made of almost nothing, has weight in it. The next morning, the world outside is too bright. Not from sun, from snow. The wind has stopped. The clouds have parted. And the light reflects off every surface with such ferocity that the children blink and shield their faces. The elders squint through the cracks in the shutters. And for a moment, it feels like the world has forgotten how to be dark. They do not celebrate, not yet. They have seen winters break their silence before. But Brynhild allows herself to do something rare. She opens a jar of cloudberry syrup, the one saved from autumn, the last. She spoons a drop onto each person's flatbread, just one, amber gold, thick, sharp with vinegar, and sweet with thyme. The taste makes some close their eyes. One child whispers, "It tastes like fire." Another says, "It tastes like waiting." And Brynhild nods, because they are both right. That night, they boil the fish paste left in the bottom of the cellar jar, add it to oats, onion, and marrow, roll it into balls, bake it on stones rubbed with ash. The outside is blackened, the inside soft. They eat it all, even the blackened part, especially the blackened part, because they know now how to chew bitterness into strength. Because they know that the body can turn ash to heat if the mind stays steady. Later, the skald tells a story. He speaks of a woman who ate frost, who gathered snow in her hands and molded it into bread. She fed her village when the rivers froze and the sky went blind. And though the snow melted in every mouth, they all believed they had eaten. They all believed they had been fed, and so they lived. The children ask if it's true. Brynhild says, if a story feeds you, then yes, it is true. The wind picks up again the next day. The light disappears, and the snow returns. But they are not afraid. They light the fire. They boil the broth. They chew the bread. They scrape the bowls. And they wait. Not with hunger, but with knowledge. That this too will pass. That the cellar still holds jars. That the snow will one day melt. That taste can be made from almost anything. Even memory, even silence, even frost. The snow is soft again, not fresh, not light like ash, but softened at the edges, sagging beneath its own weight. The drifts lean instead of pile. Ice no longer cracks beneath boots, it sighs. The wind that once howled against the shutters now hums low, like a voice half remembered. Outside, the shapes of the world are still buried, still slumbering, but the feeling is different. Not warmth, not yet, but a kind of loosening. Draw the blanket tighter now. Let your breath settle with the quiet of the longhouse. Listen, not with ears, but with memory. The fire is low, but it's enough. The stew is thin, but it's hot. And inside this house, the people still eat, still work, still speak softly between bites. Because though the winter has not ended, it has begun to turn. They do not speak of it aloud. They do not tempt fate, but they notice. The sun lingers half a breath longer in the cracks between the wall slats. The goats' coats are beginning to shed. The chickens scratch more, peck more, move more. Even the water in the buckets, though rimmed with ice, no longer freezes solid. And so the meals begin to shift, not to plenty, but to variation. For weeks, the stews have tasted the same: bone, broth, barley, and brine. Enough to nourish, enough to survive. But now, small things return. A handful of dried herbs long forgotten in a pouch. A wedge of cheese, harder than wood, but still sharp. A jar of preserved garlic, its scent heady and sharp, opened with care. These things do not change the body, but they change the spirit. Brynhild knows this. That's why she chooses this day, this almost warm day, to make turning soup. She boils dried peas, one of the last sacks, adds marrow fat and salt. Then into the pot, she drops a full hand of dried clover, a pinch of thyme, a sliver of sun-dried apple. The scent changes. It no longer smells like hunger. It smells like waking up. The soup is ladled into bowls carved from horn. It steams upward in soft spirals. The children chew the peas without rushing. The older ones drink it straight, swallowing with eyes closed. One whispers, "It tastes green." Another says, "It tastes like something's coming." Brynhild does not answer, but in her hands is another handful of dried herbs, and she is already thinking of the next meal. That evening, a snare trap set weeks before catches a bird, a small one, lean, tired. A gift. The meat is stripped and boiled, but the feet, the neck, the bones, these are fried crisp in fish oil, not for nourishment, for joy. The children eat the skin like bark chips. They gnaw the bone tips. The marrow is smeared on hard bread and passed around. They do not laugh, not loudly. But they chew with their mouths full of something close to gratitude. Because this bird, small as it is, was not hunted. It came. And that, too, is a sign. In the days that follow, they find more. Spruce needles, green and soft at the tips. Ice that can be broken by hand. A rivulet under the snowbank near the goat's shelter. Brynhild watches all of it, and she remembers, because this moment has come before. The long breath before the thaw, the lull before the melt. And she knows what must be done. Inventory. She counts the last of the flour, 2 sacks of barley, 1 half bag of rye. She counts the dried peas, enough for 1 pot a week, if they are careful. She counts the flatbreads, only 6, wrapped in cloth, kept above the rafters. And the salt? Nearly gone. And the butter? Already turned. There is no more fresh cheese, but there is still vinegar, still dried meat, still hard cakes made of oats and fat and fish, stored in bark bundles, still hope. She begins to mix what's left with what's forgotten. Bits of dried berry folded into barley cakes, fish oil stirred into old broth to bring back the scent, porridge topped with a shaving of old goat cheese, so sour it burns the tongue, but it burns with memory. One night, she opens a jar of pickled turnip. It's sharp, smells like a cellar, but it crunches. And that crunch is everything. The people eat it without flinching, because crunch is texture, and texture means teeth still working, means life still being tasted. Have you ever bitten into something so sharp and cold it makes your jaw clench, but you keep chewing because it reminds you you're still here? That's what pickled turnip is in the dead of winter. Still, food is scarce. They begin to use bark again, inner pine scraped, dried, pounded into powder, and mixed with flour. It makes the bread bitter, but they eat it. They roast bones for the third time, boil them until they give only the idea of broth. But even an idea, when it is warm, is enough. They chew fish skin fried hard. They slice lard so thin it melts before it touches the teeth. They drink hot water with salt and herbs and call it soup. And it is. Because hunger teaches you that soup is not what's in the bowl, but what happens when it warms you. The youngest child, a girl of 5, begins to hum when she eats. Not a song, a tone, a single, low note that rises only when the food is hot. It becomes part of the meal, like grace. And so they eat each evening by that humming. And no one asks her to stop. The snow begins to melt in patches, not in fields, but along the edge of the longhouse, under the goats' bellies, at the corner of the smokehouse. And the chickens stir more, their eyes brighter. They begin to scratch at the floor again. And one morning, a miracle. An egg, just one, small, speckled, warm. Brynhild holds it in both hands. She does not speak. She cracks it gently into a clay bowl, beats it with a fork carved from ash wood, mixes it with dried herbs and milk turned sour, pours it into the pan, lets it sizzle, rise, set. She cuts it into tiny squares, one for each child. They chew slowly. It is not enough to satisfy, but enough to remember, to remind them what food used to be and what it will be again. That night, Brynhild dreams of green. Not summer green, not lush, but that thin, brave green that pushes through frost. She wakes before the others, tends the fire, and begins the day's meal. Not a feast, not even a full pot, but enough. Always, always enough. Because when food becomes memory, it never leaves you, even when winter tries to take everything else. The frost still clings, but the cold is no longer sharp. It rests now, heavy, tired, lingering more out of memory than strength. The snow is not white anymore, but worn, sunburnt at the edges, gray, where footsteps and ash have softened it. Ice drips from the eaves like slow tears, and somewhere beyond the hills, unseen but certain, the soil is beginning to loosen. Breathe slowly now. You are not in spring yet, but you are near it, and so are they. The household within the longhouse, gathered still by the fire, chewing still with care, but listening now for something new. Water. Running. Not a stream yet, not a flood, but the early sound, the whisper of melt between roots and rocks. It begins with one sound, then a second, and then the remembering returns of color, of green things, of fullness. But even before the thaw, before the new food, the old food must last. This is the hardest time, not the coldest, but the leanest, because now the stores are low, the jars are fewer, the sacks are lighter, and the hunger is not of famine, but of waiting. The hardest hunger. One morning, Brynhild opens the cellar again. It smells of earth and salt, of wood and long-gone smoke. She counts slowly, her hands brushing the edges of jars like prayer beads. 1/2 jar of pickled cabbage, 2 cakes of dried fish, brittle as bark, a pouch of barley with more husk than grain, 3 slices of dried meat wrapped in waxed cloth, and the hard cold bread, flat as bark, stored from the first snow, still edible if soaked long enough in broth. She nods once. Enough for 2 weeks, maybe 3. Enough, and more than some. She returns to the hearth and begins the day's meal. Thin barley mash with bits of meat scraped from a bone, boiled soft, with onion peel and sea salt. No one complains, not even the children, because the taste, though simple, is warm. And warmth is more valuable now than sweetness. They eat with their fingers. The bowls are passed carefully. They chew, not quickly, not slowly, but steadily. And afterward, Brynhild speaks. We'll be down to fish paste by the next moon, she says, so we'll eat less for a while. No one argues, no one begs. They all understand. And that understanding, that unity, is its own kind of nourishment. Have you ever shared hunger with others and found it softened by being shared? That is what the Vikings learned in the longest days. They do not ration to punish. They ration to endure. Later that week, a storm comes, not of snow, but wind. It shakes the longhouse, groaning through the rafters, pulling at the smoke hole, making the fire flare and waver. The animals stir. The goats bleat. The chickens cluck low and unsettled. The people huddle close, not for cold, but for calm, and they eat what's easy to prepare. Blood, cake fried in fish fat, served with ash bread and sour curd. The smell is strong, the flavor dense, but it holds. Even when the wind takes the breath from the room, the food returns it. They eat with backs pressed to each other. They eat while listening, and when the wind dies, someone lights another tallow candle, and they sit longer than usual, not talking, not working, just sitting. Because the quiet after a storm is its own kind of feast. That night, Brynhild sets aside a jar, a secret one. Inside, dried apple slices soaked in honey and vinegar. Made in the earliest autumn, wrapped tight, never touched. She does not open it, not yet, but she takes it down from the shelf and places it near the fire, because sometimes just knowing it's there is enough. A child wakes with a cough. The scald brings her hot water with bark tea and nettle. No one asks for the honey. It is kept for worse. It is kept for the kind of sickness that steals breath and refuses to return it. Because every jar has its story, and stories are not used all at once. The next meal is broth again, barley and seaweed, thickened with smoked fish scrap and garlic. The fish is old now, but the salt keeps it alive. The garlic, dried and preserved in oil, is stronger than ever. It makes the soup sharp. It makes the nose run. And it reminds the body that it is still capable of reacting, of protecting itself. That meal is eaten in silence, but with gratitude. Afterward, they take the bones, already boiled twice, and set them aside for firewood. Even bones become flame when the time is right. Brynhild sharpens her knives again, not because there's much left to cut, but because readiness is its own ritual. The children play games with stones and dried beans. They chew birch bark. They sing low songs. One sings about bread, a nonsense song made of remembered scents. And though there is no fresh bread, the song makes mouths water. It feeds. Later that day, a hunter returns with a surprise. A fox, thin but whole, caught in a snare forgotten months ago, snow-shielded, left as a gesture. He brings it wrapped in hide, his eyes wide. They do not cheer, but the sigh that escapes the room is its own celebration. Brynhild does not waste time. The fox is skinned, its fur stretched. The meat is boiled, 3 meals from this one animal. The first, meat cooked soft, served with pickled cabbage. The second, stew made from bones and skin, thickened with oats. The third, a kind of paste, pressed into bark and dried near the fire for the week ahead. It is not luxurious, but it is luck. And luck, when eaten, becomes strength. Brynhild lets herself laugh that night, quietly. The children ask for stories, not of gods, but of food. She tells of the time her own mother fed 9 people on 1 pot of sour milk, seaweed, and a handful of wild garlic, and how that night they all said it was the best meal of the year, because they survived it, because it was shared, because it was made with care. She does not say that the meal she made tonight reminded her of that. She doesn't need to. They all taste it. That memory, that hope, that thread of flavor that comes not from the tongue, but from the will. They sleep with full bellies, not round, not swollen, but filled. And that, in this part of the year, is enough, more than enough. Because the thaw is coming. Not now, not quite, but soon. And when it comes, it will bring green. But for now, there is broth. There is bread scraped thin. There is oil licked from wood. There is garlic that bites. And fox meat that chews like leather, but sits like stone. And there is still fire, still breath, still waiting. And in that waiting, warmth. The snow now crusts rather than falls. Its surface, once powder soft and shifting with every breeze, hardens overnight and cracks underfoot. The roof creaks less. The wind howls less. The air is still cold, sharp in the lungs, unforgiving to bare skin. But the silence it brings has changed. It is no longer the silence of waiting, but of closing, of things finishing, of endings approaching, not with violence, but with inevitability. So, let the hush settle around you. Let your mind rest against the creaking timbers, the warm bellies pressed side by side, the scent of broth that rises slow and steady from the hearth. This is the end of the long dark, but they do not know that yet, and that is what makes each meal so meaningful. In the longhouse, the stores are near empty. The final slab of dried meat was used 2 days ago, boiled with cabbage stalks and vinegar into a broth that everyone drank with slow, grateful sips. The fish paste is gone. The bones have been boiled until soft enough to crush between stones, mixed into porridge, and eaten. Chalky, strange, but filling. Even the last of the lard was scraped from its skin-lined pouch and stirred into a barley mash that stuck to the roof of the mouth. Now, there is only what remains. Ash bread, hard and dry, that must be soaked before chewing. A sack of dried peas, sprouting at the edges, but still safe. Crumbs of cheese, ends of roots, sour milk so sharp it bites. But they eat because they remember, and remembering feeds them too. One morning, Brynhild finds an old stone jar behind the tool chest. She doesn't recognize the markings on the wax seal. Perhaps her daughter put it there, or her daughter's daughter. Inside, dried rose hips, still whole, still red, still sweet, barely. She says nothing. She brings them to the fire and drops a few into the boiling water with a pinch of bark, a slice of dried apple, and the heel of an old cheese. The broth turns red. The scent is unlike anything they've tasted in weeks. Bright, sour, warm. They sip it slowly. Even the scald, who has not spoken for 3 days, says softly, "It smells like a wedding." No one asks what he means. They all taste it. That memory, that sun, that moment before the harvest table, when apples were fat and honey was thick. One of the children asks if there are more rose hips. Brynhild just shakes her head, but the child smiles anyway, because now the taste is in them, and no one can take it back. They keep eating what they can. Barley thinned with snowmelt, dried onion, scraped and chopped fine, fried in goat fat and mixed into ash cakes. Pieces of flat bread softened in vinegar and sprinkled with ash salt to mimic fish. It doesn't taste like fish, but it reminds them of fish, and the reminder is enough. Have you ever eaten something that was more memory than flavor? That's what food becomes in the final weeks of winter. Brynhild begins rationing the water too, not because it's gone, but because boiling takes wood, and the wood is running out. They sleep more to save energy, talk less, sit closer. The fire burns smaller now, not dead, never that, but humble. The goats are fed from straw now, no greens, no grain. The milk they give is thin, bitter, but still milk. It is drunk in sips, heated over coals, mixed with vinegar to stretch it. Even the whey is used, boiled with salt and poured over barley mash. The children call it sleep broth, not because it helps them sleep, but because it's what they eat before curling beside the fire, under fur and wool and body heat. The dogs are thinner now. They're fed less, but they stay close. Their eyes follow every bite, but they do not growl, do not beg. They know. They understand winter too. Brynhild makes a kind of pudding one night, made from flour, oil, dried root, and boiled goat milk. She sweetens it with a scrap of pickled apple. It's not sweet, not really, but it isn't sour either. The texture is soft, the color pale, but the children eat it with wonder. One whispers, "This is what spring will taste like." And Brynhild, hearing her, nods, quietly, almost sadly. Because she knows, spring tastes like this only when you've forgotten sweetness. But it will come. That night, she does something she hasn't done in weeks. She takes her bowl and eats it beside the children. Not last, with them. Because sometimes, food is not a gift given, but a bond shared. And in this moment, she wants to be part of that bond. The next day, someone finds green. Not much, not big, but green. A patch of chickweed hiding beneath the edge of the smokehouse. It's gathered carefully, brought inside like treasure. Washed, chopped, added to broth made of bones boiled dry. It turns the broth dark, forest-colored, and when they drink it, the bitterness fills their mouths like song. It is not pleasant, but it is new. It is not stored, it is found. And that difference means everything. It means the world has begun feeding them again, even if only by a handful. They call it first green, and everyone eats. Even those who said they were not hungry, even those who already had a bowl, even those who had chewed their bread twice as long just to forget how small it was. Because now there is something else to chew, and it grows. Day by day, the signs return. Icicles break before dawn. The chickens stir, scratching again. The goats cry louder when fed, not because they're starving, but because they remember fullness. A puddle forms near the well, just a puddle, but enough. The people of the longhouse begin to speak again, not just of what's left, but of what will come. Of the early greens, of the first eggs, of the fish that return to the stream when the ice breaks. They remember nettles, wild garlic, sorrel. They remember lamb born in the cold and milk warm from the udder. They remember apple blossom, not because they've seen it, but because they've tasted it in the shape of broth, in the softness of pudding, in the bite of that green spoonful of chickweed. Brynhild watches the light each day, watches how it touches the wall, watches how long it stays. She sharpens her knives again, not because she will need them now, but because the work is coming, and so is the food. A bird calls. It is not song, not yet, only a hoarse note, broken from silence, like a throat remembering how to speak. But it is enough. The children freeze when they hear it. Their eyes widen. The skald lifts his head from where he sits near the hearth. Brynhild does not speak, but her hand pauses in the stirring of the morning broth. And outside, beyond the smoke hole, a thin wind carries more than snow now. It carries the scent of damp wood, of loosened soil, of thawing rot. It carries the hint of spring. Do you feel it? Not warmth, not truly, but release. The kind of breath you take after holding it for too long. Inside the longhouse, life does not change all at once, but it leans toward the change. The meals, still humble, begin to feel less like survival and more like ritual. The rhythm shifts. The food is still scarce, still stretched, but it no longer clings to desperation. There are now 3 eggs in the basket, not laid in the straw where they ought to be, but found beneath a beam, hidden in the dark by a hen who'd remembered spring before the rest of them had. 3 eggs. Brynhild cracks one, adds it to milk and barley, and stirs until thick. The other she boils, hard, then cools in snow. They are sliced with a thin blade, sprinkled with ash salt, and placed atop flatbread soaked in broth. 1 egg shared between 5. A single slice, a single bite. But the yellow is gold again, not gray. And gold, after all this time, tastes like hope. The hens begin clucking more often, louder, not from fear, but from memory. And in that sound, the children dance. Not a real dance, just a shuffling of feet, a flapping of arms. But Brynhild does not stop them. She does not hush them, because the food they have is no longer all they possess. The air gives something back now, and joy is a kind of nourishment too. That evening, they eat broth made from crushed peas, salt, and the last of the dried garlic. To it, Brynhild adds a single handful of chopped nettle, barely unfurled, found along the stream's edge where the snow has receded just enough. It stings her fingers when she picks it. That sting makes her smile, because sting means life. It means the plant has remembered how to fight, and so will they. The soup is green, thin, but fragrant. One child whispers, "It smells like the hill behind the hayfield." Another answers, "It smells like the goats before they were shut inside." A third says nothing, just eats, wide-eyed, 2 hands gripping the warm bowl as if to hold the scent in place. Afterward, the skald tells of a village that survived a winter so long the sun was forgotten, and how they ate only bark and moss, and how, when the first sprout pushed through the snow, they named it king and crowned it with hair from the chieftain's beard. No one laughs, but they smile, because it is a story. And stories are what you eat when the bowls are empty. They sleep deeply that night. The fire is still small, the walls still drafty, but the breath in the house is not tight anymore. It moves freely. The next day, the first real melt begins. It comes slowly, dripping from the thatch, curling around stones, seeping into earth. The air tastes wet. The wood inside the house swells with it. The goats stamp and grunt. The chickens scratch with fury. And Brynhild stands by the door, watching the puddles grow. She does not open the door yet, not fully. The world is still soft, still treacherous, but the food is no longer only in the cellar. It's underfoot now. It's in the mud. It's in the shoots, the roots, the bark that has begun to sweat. So they begin to prepare. They inventory what tools are still sharp. They stitch sacks. They boil the last of the vinegar and scrub the jars. Because soon, the season of gathering will begin. And that is a feast in motion. One afternoon, Brynhild brings out the stone jar of rose-hip vinegar again. Not to use, but to show, to teach. She dips a thin branch into it, offers it to a child to taste. The child recoils at first, sharp, sour, but then licks again. It's like biting a sun, she says. Brynhild nods. That sun will come. That evening, they make barley cakes, soaked in sour milk, mixed with seaweed, fried on flat stones greased with goat fat. Flat, blackened, crisp on the edge, served with ash salt and a smear of marrow. Not because there is much marrow left, but because marrow is for beginnings. And this, finally, feels like one. There is still snow in the woods, still hunger in the bellies, still silence in the distance. But there is also something else. Choice. Each day now, they choose not only how to eat, but what to make of what they eat. They return to small meals that require time. Sour milk curdled, drained, and pressed into soft cheese. Nettle chopped with bone knife into porridge. Water boiled with bark, drunk hot in morning and night. Not because these are the only things left, but because they are things that mark time, and time now moves again. One morning, a boy returns with a basket of moss and twigs, but among them, 3 small mushrooms. White, firm, bitter. Brynhild tests them against her lip, then her tongue. They are safe. They are boiled with garlic and salt, served on softened bread. Each person gets 1 slice, and the taste, wild, pungent, strange, is enough to carry them through another day. Another turn, another breath. The longhouse no longer smells only of fire and broth. It smells of dirt now, of open wood, of stirring, and though they do not yet open the shutters fully, they listen through them, to the running of water, to the creaking of trees, to the call of birds that now sing, not just speak. And sometimes, very softly, the children sing back. They hum as they eat. They hum as they chew bread, scrape bowls, sip warm broth, not to forget the hunger, but to welcome its ending. The final marrow bone is cracked, boiled 3 times, sucked dry, then burned, its ash saved. Because even ash can season bread. Even ash can tell a story. And the story it tells is this: we lasted. A soft fog curls in from the marshes. Not the icy veil of midwinter, not the kind that stings your lungs and hides the world in pale silence, but a slow, silver mist that slides around stones and clings to tree trunks like memory. It brings with it the scent of soil, wet and waiting. The kind of scent that lives beneath frost and only rises when the world begins to breathe again. This is not spring, but it is the breath before it. Inside the longhouse, something stirs that has not stirred in weeks. Anticipation. Not for feasting, not for plenty, but for movement, for gathering, for leaving the fire and stepping outside with more than dread. The smoke hole is wider now. The shutters open a crack each morning, and the goats do not merely shift on their legs, they call. The people are leaner now, faces sharp, fingers stiff, but their eyes are awake again. And their food, what little is left, is no longer counted in fear. It is counted with care. This morning, Brynhild soaks the last of the ash bread in hot water, stirs in whey, and sprinkles it with bark meal and herbs. The bread is soft, like paste, but the taste is mild, and the heat sits warm in the belly. She hands each bowl with both hands, as if handing out secrets. They eat it in silence, but the silence is not weary. It is listening. They can hear the water now, not dripping, but trickling. The stream below the pasture has begun to run again, slow but steady, a sound like thread being pulled through cloth, thin, persistent, unmistakable. That afternoon, the skald rises from his place by the fire and walks to the door without his staff. He stands just outside, lets the fog touch his face, then turns back and says simply, "It smells like iron and worms. The earth is waking." They all know what he means. Soon the food will not come from the cellar or the rafters or the memory of warmth. It will come from the dirt, from the weeds and the bark and the roots just below the thaw. And for that, they must prepare. Brynhild unpacks the old baskets, repairs the broken weave, checks the straps. The gathering tools are dull, the digging sticks worn. But they are ready enough, because even tired hands can pull green from wet ground. That night, they make the last soup. That's what Brynhild calls it. It contains everything left that will not keep. The last dried peas, the final sliver of fox meat preserved in sour whey, the last pinch of salt scraped from the sides of the jar. And into it, she adds wild sorrel, tiny, bitter, alive, found near the base of a half-rotted log. It sours the broth, brightens it, smells like metal and moss. When they eat, no one speaks. Each spoonful is slow, reverent, as if tasting the closing of something holy. And in a way, it is. Because this soup is the farewell to winter food. Farewell to the jars, and the dried cakes, and the meals counted backward. It is the last meal made from waiting. What comes next must be gathered, must be sought, must be pulled from beneath the thawing stones. The next morning, they rise early. There is no feast to cook, no cellar to check, no pot to stir, so they walk. Out past the paddocks, past the goat shed, into the woods where the light comes low and gold through the branches. Their boots sink in the softening earth. Their breaths fog, but not sharply. And beneath their feet, they see green, tiny, shy, fragile. But there, wild garlic, barely unfolded, sprigs of chickweed, tender birch buds. They gather them all, not in haste, but in gratitude. Each handful is laid in the basket like a newborn. Back at the longhouse, Brynhild washes them with snowmelt and boils them briefly in goat milk thinned with water. The green curls and shrinks. The scent rises, sharp, raw, alive. It is not delicious, but it is honest, and the body knows what to do with it. The skald eats a whole bowl and weeps silently, not from sadness, but from relief. The kind of relief that only comes when the body receives something it had forgotten it needed. Later that week, the chickens begin to lay again. Not daily, but enough. 2 eggs here, 1 there. Brynhild boils them whole, slices them thin, and presses them into cakes made from foraged greens and old flour. They are eaten hot, with fingertips, and sometimes with closed eyes, because even the warmth of yolk is something to savor now. The goats give milk again, stronger, sweeter. Brynhild stirs nettle and salt into it, lets it curdle, wraps it in cloth, presses it with stone. 3 days later, cheese, soft, pale, with the smell of moss and clay. It is sliced thin and eaten with barley cakes. There is no honey, no butter, but there is flavor, and that is enough. Have you ever eaten something that tasted of wind? That is what this food is now. The flavor of open doors, of steps taken outside without fear, of fingers stained with dirt, not ash. And that taste, subtle, wild, awake, feeds more than the stomach. It feeds the soul. The longhouse smells different now. Less smoke, less fat, more wood, more steam, and something green. Not green like the fields of summer, but green like beginnings. The skald says, the gods have turned their heads, and no one argues. Because the world feels watched again, not by darkness, but by light. The fire is no longer always lit. It is kept banked, saved, because they do not sit by it all day anymore. They are outside, walking, searching, pulling food not from storage, but from earth. And even though the nights are still cold, even though frost still comes, even though there are still days when the meals are thin, they know. The worst is over, not because the food is plentiful, but because it is new. Because it is no longer the same broth again and again. Because the meals come not from survival, but from motion. They are making again, foraging, boiling, blending, turning weeds into soup and milk into cheese, and bitter roots into cakes, and through it all, they chew slowly, with reverence, because they remember the long hunger, and they do not waste what ends it. Brynhild takes the last stone jar, the one with the pickled apples, and opens it, at last. The scent is sour, fermented, complex. She slices them thin, serves them cold, and the children laugh when they bite them, not because they are sweet, but because they sting the tongue, and the sting reminds them they're still alive. That night, she doesn't cook. She lets them eat greens with curd and flatbread, cold, with their fingers, and it feels like celebration, not a feast, not yet, but the shape of one, the promise of one. In the dark, as the goats settle and the fire burns low, Brynhild whispers to the wall, to the rafters, to the memory of all the empty bowls. It's ending now. And though no one hears her, everyone knows. A gentle rain falls on the roof of the longhouse, soft and steady, like fingers brushing across a drum. Not sleet, not snow, but true rain. Thin as thread, but warmer than breath. It seeps through the thatch in drops, taps on buckets, drips down wooden walls, and carries the scent of thawed bark and damp wool through every room. And with it comes a sound they haven't heard in moons. Laughter, not of children at play, but of a man slipping in mud outside and rising, covered, cursing gently as his boots sink again. The chickens scatter, the goats bleat, and the door swings wide to let in wet air and the scent of earth. The children cheer, because now the ground is soft enough to slip in, which means roots can be pulled again. And roots mean more than food. They mean medicine, tea, dye, soap, starch. They mean readiness. Inside the longhouse, meals are made with both hands again, not because there's abundance, but because there's choice. Even if every bowl is still thin, what's inside it changes each day now. Brynhild stirs a soup of wild garlic and young nettle. It simmers over the fire with a lump of curd and a few crushed barley grains. She doesn't say much as she prepares it, but the others gather close just to watch the green swirl in the pot. A child asks if there will be more tomorrow. Brynhild answers gently, "It depends on the rain." The rain brings roots, it softens earth, and it coaxes the worms upward, which makes the chickens cluck with joy, chasing the ground as if it might run from them. By evening, 3 eggs. Boiled, split, eaten with pickled cabbage and flatbread. And though it's not much, there's a yellow on every plate now, a splash of sun, a taste of fat, something round and bright, where once there was only gray and salt. That night, a stew is made from boiled fish bones found in the net strung across the thawing stream. The fish was small, hardly more than fingers, but enough. Enough for one meal, enough to call it catch again, not leftovers. Brynhild soaks dried seaweed from the back wall. It's old now, dusty, but once boiled with fish broth and wild onion, it takes on texture again. Not flavor, exactly, but form. It becomes chewable. It becomes food. Have you ever tasted something that reminded your body how to move? The scald eats a spoonful and says, "It tastes like the tide in my blood," and the others laugh. Because it's true. Salt and fish and weed. It's a Viking flavor. One they'd lived without for too long. The children begin gathering bark. Not to burn, but to scrape. The inner layer, pale, almost soft, is dried and ground into meal. Bitter, yes. But when mixed with goat's milk and honey vinegar, it becomes paste. And paste is food. They shape it into cakes, fry it on stones, eat it with the curdled cheese, not delicious, but sustaining. The goats are fatter now. Their milk is thick again, and Brynhild makes fresh cheese in clay molds, round and squat, wrapped in nettles. A wheel the size of her palm, soft, tangy, and entirely new. She does not hoard it. She shares it at dusk, after the others return from the woods with baskets of moss, bark, beetroot, and wild shoots. The children chew the cheese slowly, eyes closed, and one whispers, "It tastes like rain." Outside, the land changes shape. No longer white, no longer still. Water runs in rivulets between roots. The moss swells, the bark peels, and food appears in unexpected places. Fungi, lichen, clover, all gathered, all sorted, all boiled, soaked, crushed, dried. Even the stones are warmed again, set beside the fire to dry root and leaf. And the fire itself, once kept small to conserve fuel, is now bold again. Not wasteful, but proud. The longhouse glows orange by night, and smoke curls upward in wide, lazy rings. Not straight lines of hunger smoke, but spirals, soft and slow, like steam from stew. Brynhild no longer keeps the last jar of vinegar hidden. She brings it down, uses it openly, because she knows more will be made soon. Apples will come, and time will return. That week, a wild sow is seen on the ridge, not caught, but seen, and that sight, more than meat, is what feeds them, because it means the wilds are moving. It means life has returned, not just below the earth, but above it. They boil beetroot with vinegar and salt. The broth is red. They drink it in silence, then paint their cheeks with the leftover pulp, and laugh like warriors, because food is not always for hunger. Sometimes it's for joy, for memory, for proof that something still pulses. Brynhild teaches the children how to dry wild greens on stretched skin, how to press roots into paste, how to boil bark until it sloughs into meal, how to turn curd into cheese, not as chores, but as stories. She tells them, this is how we say thank you, not to each other, but to the land, to the winter, to the waiting. Because winter, for all its cold, was a teacher. And now that it is leaving, they must not forget what it taught. At night, the skald sings, not of gods, but of soup. Of the time a goat gave milk that fed 9 mouths, of the fox who fed 3 meals, of the rose hip that turned broth into blessing. The stories are funny now, not desperate, not grim, but tender, and the laughter they make is soft and full, like the bread they dream of. That night, Brynhild bakes a new loaf, not from stored grain, but from bark meal and wild root flour, fermented 3 days in goatskin with curdled whey. The dough is rough, the crust black, but inside, warmth, crumb, softness. The children eat it with fingers, with crumbs on their faces, and say, through full mouths, "This is bread," and it is. Their first real bread in moons, not rationed, not soaked, not scraped, made, fresh, whole. They eat until the last crumb is gone, then sleep. Not because they are exhausted, but because they are full. The wind has changed its voice. Where once it moaned like a beast caught in a trap, low and sorrowful, dragging its belly across the hills, it now whistles, high and clean, a piping song that slips between tree branches and dances across the thawing fields. It carries with it pollen, the faint, invisible kind that stings the nose and makes the goats sneeze and shake their ears. And when Brynhild steps outside that morning, she feels it, the brush of something warm on her face. Not the sun, not yet, but the breath before it, the whisper of warmth before the burn. The snow is gone. The last of it melted into the gullies behind the paddocks, soaked into the roots of trees that were once cloaked in ice. Mud lies in its place, slick, deep, full of worms. And that, too, is a kind of feast. Have you ever looked at mud and seen a garden? Brynhild does, because she knows, in that dark, wet mess, life is gathering its tools again, and food, real food, is not far behind. Inside the longhouse, they eat quickly this morning, not because there is little, but because they have things to do. The morning meal is warm goat's milk, stirred with barley scrapings and crushed wild garlic, thickened into a loose porridge. A handful of green shoots is added just before serving, chopped fine. It's not a feast, but it's enough. The children chew it while standing. Their feet itch to go. Brynhild lets them. She sends them into the woods with empty baskets and sharp eyes. Their job is not to run, not to play, but to watch, to see where the greens are growing fastest, which roots give easily, which birds have returned, whether bees have been seen near the hollow log behind the well. This is how food begins again. Not by finding it, but by noticing. They return at midday with early treasures, fat pine buds, a handful of early clover, a patch of goosefoot, and 2 tiny mushrooms. Brynhild tests the mushrooms against her lip. No sting. Safe. She slices them thin, sautés them in goat fat, and serves them on flat cakes with clover sprinkled over top. There is barely enough to feed 6. So the children eat first. They do not squabble. They pass the last cake back and forth, 3 bites each. Brynhild watches in silence, then smiles. Because hunger, once shared, becomes memory, not misery. That afternoon, she opens the last of the sour rye cakes, hard as bone. They must be soaked for hours to soften, but instead, she grinds them fine, mixes them with boiled root, a spoonful of vinegar, and wild greens, then presses them into new loaves. They rise only a little, but when they're done, wrapped in damp cloth and rested near the hearth, they are soft enough to tear. The smell is bitter and sharp, but deeply comforting. It smells like old stories, like buried things made useful again. When the sun finally crests the ridge that evening, full and gold, not just a glow, they eat the new loaves outside. On stones, on laps, on steps not dusted with snow, but crusted with dirt. And it feels like something holy, No feast table, no mead, no roasted meat dripping with fat, but a loaf, a warm loaf, in hand, and mouths, and memory. The goats give milk more easily now. They cry less, eat more, and Brynhild sets the first curds to press with heavy stones. She stirs wild herbs into the milk before curdling it now. Garlic, chickweed, peppergrass. The cheese tastes of the woods, soft but sharp, like rain on bark. The chickens lay 5 eggs that day. She keeps one whole, soft boiled, gives it to the oldest man in the house. He eats it with fingers trembling, smiling the whole time. No one says anything. But they all know what that egg means. It is not just fat. It is not just yellow. It is time. Time has returned. Brynhild hangs 2 goatskins outside to dry, not for meat, but for cheese, for vinegar, for sealing jars. Because food is not just what is eaten, it's how it's kept, preserved, held, remembered. That week, they begin turning soil, just a few rows behind the house. The frost is still deep in the lower places, but the topsoil is soft, wet, welcoming. They sow barley, a few beans, spinach, kale. Brynhild plants onions from last year's bulbs, kept in ashes and cloth, still sharp with scent. The children gather nettles and chickweed every morning now, returning with stained hands and green teeth. They know which stems sting, and how to fold the leaves just right to avoid the pain. They eat as they gather. Brynhild does not stop them. Because food taken from the ground and eaten still wet with dew, that food remembers things. And it helps you remember too. The skald begins carving again, not wood for tools, but stone for a stele. Nothing grand, just a flat piece of slate. He carves a spoon, a fish, a fire, and beneath them 3 dots. He says it is a record of the winter, not to remember the pain, but to remember the survival. Brynhild adds a carved sprout beside it. No words, just green. The soup that night is thickened with crushed root and goat milk, served with soft cheese and the last of the seaweed cakes. There is no meat, but no one notices. Because the texture is new. The warmth is complete, and even the smell, sharp and green, makes them chew slower. The youngest child falls asleep mid-meal, bowl in lap. A good sign, Brynhild thinks, because it means she ate enough. The next morning, the first wild berries are seen. Not ripe, but red, a promise. They do not pick them yet, but they mark the bush with twine and stone, and everyone who passes it nods. Because food, once known, becomes family. One evening, Brynhild lights the fire with no pot above it. No cooking, no stirring, just light. She tells them, "Tonight, we don't eat." And they look at her in surprise. Then she smiles. We feast. She brings out the first full loaf, one made entirely of wildflower and goat milk. Soft, brown, round, wrapped in linen. They tear it with fingers, dip it in whey butter, eat it beside the fire, and they sing. Not songs of gods, but of roots and bark and eggs and cheese, of mud and waiting, and how, when the light returned, they were still there, still chewing, still laughing, still cooking, still full. In the quiet before dawn, a thin mist clings to the grass like breath held too long. The earth no longer crunches beneath boots. It yields now, soft and wet, as if exhaling. Birds begin their low, tentative song, not the riot of summer, but soft notes scattered like crumbs across the waking world. The smoke rising from the longhouse is different now. It is thinner, less desperate. It smells of herbs and curd. not grease and ash. And it curls upward, not to be lost in a black sky, but to mix with the pink blue of a morning that no longer threatens snow. Brynhild wakes with a calm she does not name. She simply feels it in her bones, in the joints that ache not from cold, but from labor. She listens to the breath of the sleeping children, to the soft stir of goats beyond the wall, and then to the quietest sound of all, hunger, not gnawing, but gentle, manageable, familiar now, almost tame. She steps out onto the damp stones, and the scent of green things rushes into her lungs. Mint, moss, a hint of birch sap from the tree they tapped 2 nights ago. The goats greet her with soft grunts, impatient for their milking. They know, too, that things have changed. Inside, breakfast is not a rush. There is time to stir, time to soak, time to slice. She boils barley in goat milk and folds in soft cheese and wild greens. The children wake to the smell and gather close without being called. Each carries a wooden bowl. Each waits in line without pushing. There is no need to scramble anymore. They will eat again. They know it now. Afterward, they sit by the fire, not because they must, but because they can. They pick bits of mint to chew. They scrape cheese from cloth. And they listen. The skald is carving again. Another flat stone. Another spoon. This time, he adds a berry beside it. Not a real one, just the shape. Round. Waiting. Because the bushes are almost ripe. Brynhild spends the morning teaching the eldest child how to press cheese. She shows her how to layer cloth, how to twist and knot it tight, how to place the stone just so. Not too heavy, not too fast. Cheese must be squeezed slowly, or it weeps. In the afternoon, they turn the soil deeper. The top inch is warm. Below that, still stubborn, still clinging to the frost. But they work it, row by row. They plant beans with goat dung and save seeds from dried leek stalks. That night, dinner is a thick stew, made from beetroot and fermented cabbage, bright, sour, alive. They eat it with flatbread made from moss flour and whey. The crust is thin, but it bends without breaking, like the people who chew it. And after dinner, there is something else. Something that makes the children squeal in disbelief. Brynhild opens a pot sealed with wax. Inside, a spoonful of honey. Not much, just enough. She drizzles it over hot porridge made with crushed acorns and mint. Each person receives one bowl. They eat in silence, eyes wide, because sweetness, real sweetness, has not touched their tongues in months. The honey is sharp at first, then soft. It sticks to the teeth, clings to the throat, leaves the memory of flowers behind. No one asks where it came from. They know. It was saved. It was kept through the hunger. Not wasted, not forgotten. A promise, hidden in wax, kept safe. When the youngest child licks her bowl clean, she whispers, "It tastes like a dream." And Brynhild smiles, because she remembers the dreams they had in the deepest dark, the ones where warmth and sweetness seemed like lies. Now they are truth again. The days grow longer. The evening light stretches across the hearth and touches the far wall. They no longer eat all their meals by firelight. There is light enough to see what they're eating, to admire it, to laugh with mouths full. They gather more now. Birch buds, sorrel, fennel root, tiny early strawberries, still white but swelling. They watch the sky for bees. They track the hens for hidden nests. And sometimes, when they find 2 eggs in the same morning, they cheer. Not loudly, but with a quiet that says, We did not starve, and the land has not turned away from us. One morning, a deer is spotted near the edge of the woods, not hunted, just seen. That night, the stew tastes richer, not because there is meat, there isn't, but because the thought of meat is enough to add flavor now. Because hope is a spice too. Brynhild begins to plan the midsummer meal, not because it will be grand, but because there will be one, a feast, with bread made from real grain, not bark, with cheese wrapped in nettles, with berries, boiled and mashed into a paste and spread with goat butter. She tells the children, "It won't be much, but it will be ours." They nod, because they understand now. Food is not about fullness. It's about return, about the cycle, the slow bend of season into season, the knowing that hunger will always come, but so will eating. The longhouse is quieter at night now, no longer filled with the sound of empty bellies, but with soft chewing, with laughter, with sleep, deep sleep, the kind that only comes when the body is fed. The hands are tired, and the future no longer snarls like a wolf behind every door. Brynhild lies awake a little longer than the others. She watches the fire flicker low, and she remembers the cellar, once empty, now slowly filling again. Not fast, but surely. She remembers the dried apples from last year, the last one eaten on a night when even broth was gone. She remembers cracking marrow bones until they split like brittle shells. She remembers the sour bread, the smoky broth, the hard decisions. And now she remembers what it felt like to eat without fear, to eat with thanks, to feed others, not with apology, but with pride. She closes her eyes and breathes. One long, slow breath. The smell of curd, of moss, of ash, of something baking, of something living, because food is life, and life has returned. A low haze floats above the field like the breath of a sleeping ox, pale and slow, curling only when touched by morning light. Dew coats everything, not frost, not ice, just dew, wet to the ankles, cool to the touch. And as the first rays fall across the waking ground, every blade of grass seems to shine. Inside the longhouse, no fire burns yet. There is no urgency, no desperate stirring of coals, no half-frozen fingers fumbling for flint. Instead, there is quiet, not from absence, but from fullness, from peace. The coals have burned down to red, and they will wait, because Brynhild is not rushing today. She rises with a long stretch, brushing damp hair from her brow, and walks barefoot to the doorway. The wood beneath her feet is warm from bodies, not heat. The air outside is sweet, and in her chest, something still and steady, a sense that the season has turned, truly turned. The children sleep in a tangle of arms and linen, bellies round with broth and bread. Even the goats are slow to rise, chewing their cud with a lazy rhythm that mirrors the pulse of spring. The long dark has ended, but not with trumpets or fire, with cheese, with soup, with laughter. The great victories of survival are always quiet. Today, there will be bread again. Not bark bread, not soaked crusts pressed flat with ash and curd, but bread from the first sack of winter barley, thawed, ground, sieved, mixed with goat milk and wild yeast grown from birch bark and honey sour water. The dough has rested all night in a sealed pot near the hearth, and when Brynhild lifts the lid, the scent that rises is deep and rich and ancient. Have you ever smelled something that made you remember who you were? The smell of this dough, warm and living, is not sweet, but it carries the memory of sweetness, of sunlight caught in seed, of fields golden and waving. She does not knead it hard, just enough to fold in her hopes, just enough to shape it. She wraps it in leaves and lays it on the stones to bake slowly. No oven, just hot stones, smoke, and time. While it bakes, she milks the goats. The milk flows easy now, thick, with a sweetness only spring can coax. She skims the cream and churns it, not into butter, not yet. Today, she makes skyr, thick and sharp, with a tang that sings at the back of the throat. She folds in chopped mint and sorrel, just enough to remind the tongue that the world has green in it again. The children wake to the smell of bread. They stumble outside, barefoot, blinking like owls, mouths already open in sleep-heavy smiles. Brynhild tears the first loaf with her fingers. Steam escapes. It smells of nut and soil and smoke. She places a bit of skyr on each torn piece and hands them out like relics. They chew in silence. Even the youngest does not giggle, because this is not a snack. This is a homecoming. Later, they gather herbs. The nettles are taller now, the dock leaves wide enough to wrap a fish. The chives have returned without being called. Brynhild walks behind them, basket on her hip, and smiles at the way they name each plant, like a friend returned from war. "Hello, Sorrel," the boy says. "And you again, Sweet Root," adds the girl. Their hands are stained with green, their mouths too, and they are proud of it. Lunch is goat cheese on moss cakes, wild onion soup, poured into carved wooden bowls and cooled with spoonfuls of whey. And for the first time since the fall, there is meat, just a scrap. A hare caught by the eldest with a snare made of flax and prayer. They roast it slowly over the fire, not with hunger in their eyes, but reverence. Because this is not desperation. This is tradition. Meat, shared equally. Every part used, nothing wasted. Not even the bones, which are cracked for broth and then boiled again for glue. The fat is mixed with herbs and packed into jars, rendered slow and clear, to be used for many days to come. Even now, with full bellies and fire-lit cheeks, Brynhild stores. She dries herbs on the rafters, presses cheese into waxed skin, drains whey into jugs hung beneath the eaves, because summer is not for feasting. It is for preparing. Even joy must be salted and sealed if it's to last. That night, they eat sweet root mashed with cheese and garlic, served beside thick barley stew and nettle bread. No one counts the bites. No one hides a portion. There is enough. And when there is enough, time slows. They linger by the fire, tell stories, not of heroes, but of hunger, of the fox meat that tasted of smoke and bone, of the bark cakes they chewed without complaint, of the one time the broth froze in the bowl before it could be swallowed, and they laugh, not because it was funny, but because it's over. Brynhild sings softly as she scrubs the pot, a song her mother sang, of spring rivers and soft fish, of roots that twist like stories beneath the soil, and of firelight that returns each year without being asked. Later, the skald finishes his carving. On the stone he has etched a bowl, a loaf, a goat, and beneath them, a tree, its branches bare, its roots full of leaves. He says, "This is us," and no one argues. Because it is. Because though their lives rise into winter with empty hands, their roots remain full. Still fed, still firm, still reaching down. The story ends not with feast, but with bread, with soup, with cheese made in silence, with hands that remember every bitter broth and every burned crust, and now move with gentleness across dough and herb and fire. The winter has passed, but its shape remains, etched in spoons, in stones, in scars, and in the way they chew slowly now, gratefully, without forgetting. Because to forget would be to lose the gift of survival, of rebirth, of one more spring. The fire has gone out, not from neglect, but because it was no longer needed through the night. And when Brynhild rises, it is not to shiver. She rises slowly, stretches once, and listens to the stillness outside. There is no urgency, no crackling frost clawing at the door, no moan of wind around the eaves, only a bird call, low and curious, from the tree that leans above the goat pen, and beneath it, the creak of something green uncoiling. A new leaf, a living thing, a sign that the world is cooking again, not just warming, cooking. She walks barefoot to the threshold, where a small dish of salt rests on a flat stone. It has drawn in the night's moisture, glistening now like dew on silver. She scrapes off just enough for the day's food. Salt is no longer a treasure. It is simply what it was always meant to be, seasoning, not salvation. Inside, the longhouse breathes. Blankets shift. Children murmur in sleep. A goat snorts behind the wall, and the scent in the air is not of smoke or ash or iron pots, but of bread. Yesterday's loaf, torn in half, left cooling near the fire, now resting like a warm stone on the wooden board, still soft, still nourishing, still enough. Brynhild tears a piece, eats slowly, and thinks of how far they've come, not in miles, in hunger, in memory, in the long crawl out of the starving dark and into the days of taste and smell again. Have you ever wondered what it feels like to eat slowly for the first time? Not because there's too little, but because there's finally enough? She savors each bite, not because it is rare, but because it is sacred. The children wake soon after and gather beside the hearth. They do not ask for food, they wait. Because they trust now, because the cycle is whole again. Brynhild boils goat milk and stirs in wild rye flour, letting it bubble and rise until it thickens into something soft and porridge-like. She serves it with fresh skyr, a trickle of birch syrup, and slivers of mint leaf. Each bowl steams like the breath of an animal, warm, alive. They eat with soft sounds, content. Afterward, the skald calls the children outside. He has something to show them. They run barefoot across the grass, which no longer cuts like knives, but cushions like moss. He has carved another stone. This one is smaller, smooth, rounded. On it, not a spoon, not a fish, not a root, but a hand, open, palm facing up. He does not say what it means, but they understand. The story of winter is not one of closing. It is of offering, of giving when there is nothing left but bones and broth, of reaching out even as the dark presses in. They carry the stone to the field where the first seeds were planted and place it there, beside the tender green shoots of barley just beginning to stir. Later, Brynhild dries herbs for storage, not in secret, but in joy. She strings them from the rafters like garlands, wild chive, sorrel, woodruff, chickweed. They sway above the hearth like decorations. The children call them the roof garden. By midday, the goats are restless. They want to graze farther than the yard. So Brynhild walks with them, not to guard, but to wander. She brings a cloth sack and fills it slowly with treasures, green buds, a sprig of wild thyme, a cluster of cloudberry flowers not yet bloomed. She watches the goats nibble and rest and stretch. They no longer huddle, they sprawl. She knows that this, too, is food, not just what fills the belly, but what opens the body, what lets it stretch again after a season curled in upon itself. That evening, the stew is rich with early greens and fermented cabbage. She thickens it with moss flour and slices of goat cheese, soft enough now to spread like butter. The children dip flatbread into it and hum as they chew. They do not ask for meat, not tonight, because this meal tastes like story, like something once forgotten, now remembered on the tongue. Brynhild lets them eat as much as they like. There is enough. There will be enough again tomorrow. After the meal, the children beg for a treat. She laughs, a real laugh, and brings out a jar. Inside, boiled berries from last season, preserved in honey and ash. They are soft, dark, almost wine-sweet. She spoons one berry each into their hands. They roll it on their tongues like a secret. A flavor so deep it seems to hum. And then, just silence. That sacred quiet that only comes when the senses are full. Not overwhelmed, but full. The fire is lit that night, not for need, but for comfort. They sit around it and tell stories. Not of hunger, but of tricks and feasts and fools who salted fish before it was dead. They laugh until their cheeks ache. The skald hums a lullaby older than any of them, a tune without words, a song made only of sound and memory. Brynhild closes her eyes and lets it wash over her. She thinks of every broth she ever stirred, of the bark she ground into flour, of the single egg shared among 7, and now of this hush, this light, this room that smells not of fear, but of food. They sleep deeply that night, not because they are empty, but because they are held, fed, safe. The next morning, the hens lay 3 eggs. One is double yolked. The children cheer. And Brynhild knows the long dark truly has ended. Its shadow lingers, yes, but only in the way old roots cling to the soil, ready to sprout again next year in a different shape. She turns the eggs gently in her hands and sets one aside for tomorrow. Because she can, because now, at last, they have enough to wait again, to dream again, to eat not in fear, but in celebration. And when she turns back toward the hearth, the smell of the sourdough starter greets her like an old friend, ripe, tangy, alive, just like the people who need it. Some mornings begin not with sunlight, but with scent. Before a single foot touches the floor, before a hand reaches for cloak or wool or blade, the air itself leans in, heavy with warmth and spice, curling around the nostrils like a memory. This morning is such a morning. The scent is sharp, earthy, alive. It is the smell of hot broth poured over crushed garlic and wild thyme, of fresh goat curd melting into barley cakes, of something that was once dry and forgotten, now brought to life with boiling water and breath. It is the scent of a house that knows hunger and now honors the act of plenty. Brynhild is already at the hearth. Her hair is tied back, her sleeves rolled. She stirs with her right hand, adds salt with her left, and hums something that doesn't belong to any song. It is not a melody. It is movement made into music. The fire is steady, the coals obedient. The pot sighs each time the barley shifts against the bottom. A thick, bubbling sound, like the throat of a sleepy animal. The children rise one by one, not pulled from bed by urgency, nor jolted awake by frost, but coaxed gently by the promise of warmth, of food, of another day that begins with fullness. They sit where they always sit, not because it's habit, but because it's home. Each child receives a shallow wooden bowl, a piece of bread from yesterday's loaf, a few torn leaves of sorrel to sprinkle on top. They eat in silence, but not the silence of sorrow. This is the silence of reverence, the quiet made only by those who once chewed slowly out of necessity and now chew slowly out of respect. After the bowls are licked clean and the fire banked for later, Brynhild turns to her baskets. The root cellar has shifted. Where once it echoed with emptiness, now it hums with the cool, damp scent of stored promise. 2 jars of cabbage, sharp and bright. A sack of barley, tied with string. Waxed pouches of dried greens, softened with mint leaves. The final rind of hard cheese, rubbed with salt and hung from the rafters like a charm. She counts each item not out of worry, but out of gratitude. Nothing is wasted now, nothing forgotten. Because when you've known the sound of a stomach speaking louder than a voice, you never again call food just food. She lifts the barley sack and pours out a small measure. Not too much, not too little. Just enough for a midday gruel with onion and wild mustard. As she cooks, her thoughts wander. Not far, but inward. Have you ever stood in front of a fire and remembered all the fires that didn't warm you? Brynhild has. She remembers the days when the flames refused to rise, when the snow sneaked in through the thatch, when the pot was filled only with hope and water and a few frozen scraps. She remembers the aching wrists from grinding bark into flour, the sour aftertaste of desperation. And she remembers the first time the broth did not taste like fear. That was months ago now, but it still lingers. Not like a wound, like a scar, quiet and clean and earned. Outside, the world is changing fast. The goats now give milk in full buckets. The hens lay with reliable rhythm. The field behind the house is no longer brown and stubbled. It bursts with early shoots, tiny green arms reaching toward the light. And the children know the signs now. They do not gather blindly. They look. They touch the stem. They smell the root. They wait for the moment when gathering becomes harvesting. Brynhild has taught them, never pull too soon. Let the earth give. Don't take. Because food taken without patience has no soul. They return that afternoon with their prizes. Chickweed thick with dew, a fat onion pulled from the old garden bed, and a clutch of mushrooms, soft, spongy, golden. Brynhild tests the mushrooms, sniffs each one, taps it against her lip, then nods. The stew that night is simple. Onion and greens, fried in goat fat until golden, stirred into broth with barley and wild garlic. She drops the mushrooms in last, lets them soften. The smell rises, rich and deep. The kind of smell that wraps itself around you, that makes you close your eyes before the first bite. Each bowl is a mirror of the day's work, a reflection of dirt under fingernails, of careful choosing, of weather watched and wisdom kept. They eat slowly, without chatter, not because they are sad, but because they are tasting everything. Each spoonful carries the voice of the earth. That night, the skald carves again. This time, not a stone, but wood. A wide plank, shaped into a shallow tray. In the center, he carves a loaf. Not a grand one, just a small, round bread, steam curling from the top. Around it, hands, all sizes, all reaching, none grasping, just reaching. When he is done, he does not say what it means, but they all understand. Bread is never about hunger alone. It is about sharing, about waiting, about the hands that shape it, and the mouths it feeds. Brynhild places the carving on the wall near the hearth. She wipes it once with oil, and there it stays, a reminder, not of famine, but of firelight, of effort, of enough. Later, as the fire burns low, she prepares the dough for tomorrow. She mixes barley flour with sour milk and the last spoon of birch syrup. She kneads it gently, not rushed, not desperate, just steady. The dough is quiet in her hands. It does not resist. It yields. Like the land, like the season, like a body that no longer fights to survive, but moves again with joy. She sets the dough near the hearth to rise, wraps it in cloth, and whispers a blessing. Not loud, just breath. Because food listens, especially at night, especially when made with care. The children sleep soundly, not curled in tight knots, but sprawled, warm, full. The goats grunt once and settle. The hens rustle. And Brynhild lies back on her bed, eyes on the beam where the herbs hang drying. She breathes in. She breathes out. The house smells of onion and wood smoke and wild mint, of bread not yet baked, of hunger not yet returned. And that is enough, more than enough. Because when the earth gives, it gives softly, without words, just roots, just rain, just hands that know how to wait. Before the sun lifts its full weight above the tree line, the longhouse is already half awake. Not with bustle or clamor, but with the slow creak of wood, the hush of cloth pulled over shoulders, the murmur of a ladle stirring sleep into steam. It is the kind of morning that breathes rather than begins. Outside, a breeze moves through the grasses, rustling low and deep, like an old voice remembering itself. The air carries the scent of wet earth, of moss freshly upturned, of garlic and herbs still damp with dew. Inside, Brynhild watches her dough rise, not with impatience, but with that quiet awe one feels watching frost melt from a window pane. The sourdough starter, fed for weeks now with grain, milk, and time, has done its work overnight. The mass is plump and pocked with air, alive. It has risen as they have, quietly, completely. She wets her hands and shapes it gently, coaxing it into a round. She does not press too hard. The dough is like a living thing. It remembers, and it carries in its folds the memory of every bite that came before. Have you ever held something so soft it seemed to hum? She dusts the bottom with ash flour and lays it on the hot stones near the fire. The children stir, noses twitching. The youngest mumbles something about honey, half in dream, and when the bread begins to crackle, its crust forming, its scent unfurling, it becomes impossible to sleep any longer. They rise, slow, drawn by smell alone. And when Brynhild tears the first piece free, there is steam. Inside, the crumb is tender, spongy, still warm with sleep. She spreads goat butter across it and passes it to the eldest, not as a reward, but as a birthright. This is spring's first real bread, not saved, not hoarded, but born new. They eat it slowly, bare fingers curled around each piece, savoring every bite as though it might vanish if chewed too fast. No one asks for more, not yet, because one piece is enough when the body remembers famine. But the soul begins to believe in plenty again. After breakfast, Brynhild turns her attention to the drying racks. The roof beams sag slightly now, under the weight of stored green, chive, wild mustard, mint, dandelion leaf, chickweed, and nettle. Each bunch tied with wool thread, each bundle crisping with grace. She pinches a sprig of thyme between thumb and finger. It crumbles perfectly, dry, but not dusty, ready. Outside, the goats call. Their udders are heavy with milk. Brynhild milks them slowly, one hand steadying the pail, the other gentle, coaxing. The milk is thick, warm, sweet. She sets some aside to drink fresh. The rest she strains through the cloth, folds into a cheesecloth sack, and ties beneath the rafters to drain. This will be soft cheese, to eat within days. There is no fear of spoilage now. Only the joy of watching things change, curdle, settle. She glances at the sky. A hawk turns in slow circles above the trees. And down by the stream, the skald walks with a child at each side, pointing to plants and roots, tracing the shape of leaves with his walking stick. He is not only a singer, he is a keeper. Of memory, of flavor, of names. Today, he teaches them to recognize burdock and tansy, not to eat, but to avoid. Not everything green is food. Some things must be honored from afar. It is a lesson as old as fire. That afternoon, they gather around a wide, flat stone set near the garden bed. On it, Brynhild places today's harvest: one small onion, 3 sprigs of sweet root, a pinch of dried garlic, a piece of cured goat meat no larger than a finger. The children watch, silent, not with hunger, but with reverence, because this meal begins not in the pot, but in the choosing. She crushes the garlic with her knife hilt, chops the sweet root fine, and slices the onion so thin it curls into itself. The meat she sears over flame, then dices and drops it into a pot of bubbling broth that's been simmering since dawn. Barley thickens it. Mustard greens sharpen it. She adds the onion last, letting it melt. The smell rises, sharp, rich, round. The skald inhales and says only, "Today the gods eat with us." They do not feast, but they eat fully. And the difference matters. Each bowl holds something rare, not just food, but balance. Fat and salt, grain and green, root and leaf. What the body craves, what the heart understands. After the meal, Brynhild unwraps a jar from the back of the cellar. Inside, fermented cloudberries, pale orange and sharp with age. She spoons a few over soft cheese spread on a moss cake. The tartness bites the tongue and then fades to sweetness. It is the taste of memory, of last summer, still alive in a single spoonful. As dusk thickens, they return to the hearth. The skald opens his mouth to tell a tale, but one child interrupts. "Tell the story of the bark bread," she says. The skald pauses, then nods. "Yes," he says, "that's one worth remembering." He speaks not of heroes or raids, but of a loaf made from powdered bark, ash, and desperation. Of a woman who fed her village for 3 days on it. Of how it tasted, bitter but warm. Of how it saved them. And then he adds something softer. He says, even the worst bread, made with love, becomes sacred. The fire burns low, and Brynhild listens with her eyes closed, not to the story, but to the sound of chewing, the sound of sleeping, the sound of a home that survived the cold, that now cooks without fear. She rises once, stokes the fire, covers the pot for tomorrow's broth, and lays down again, hands over her chest, palms warm, stomach full, mind quiet, because the long dark, though it lives in memory, no longer rules the room. Not tonight. Tonight, The house smells of wild garlic and wood smoke, of bread crust and old cheese, of people who remember hunger but do not bow to it, of a season returned. The air today is still, so still it hums, not with wind or wings or the creak of timber, but with a deeper rhythm, a quiet kind of readiness, as if the land itself is holding its breath between one heartbeat and the next. Brynhild feels it the moment she steps outside. The grass is damp, but not heavy. The soil has shifted, softer, more giving underfoot. The scent of sap rises from the birch trees where the bark peels in thin, curling strips, and nearby, the bees begin to stir from sleep. Spring, true spring, has arrived. Not in riot, not in bloom, but in patience. It begins not with color, but with taste. And that taste is sweet. In the clearing near the stream, she watches as the skald leans against a stone, carving slow, sure lines into a panel of ash wood. He is not in a hurry. His blade moves like water over riverbed, lifting curls of wood that fall like whispers to the ground. She doesn't ask what he's carving. She already knows. There are some stories you don't need told twice. Back in the longhouse, the fire is low and steady. The pot simmers without complaint, filled with the makings of a midday stew. Finely chopped nettles, a small handful of leeks, slivers of root scraped and soaked to remove the bitterness. She's added a dash of goat fat this time, just enough to carry the flavor, just enough to remind the tongue that survival is not always grim. The children are outside, plucking wild onions from the edges of the goat path, where their green tops grow thick and eager. They laugh when the bulbs pop free with a sudden tug, flinging dirt into the air like confetti. One carries a basket nearly full. Brynhild calls to them softly, no shouting, just presence. And they return, cheeks flushed, feet muddy, arms full of green and promise. As she slices the onions into the stew, she remembers another day, weeks ago, maybe more, when they boiled pebbles to flavor the broth, just to trick their mouths into thinking something hearty was hidden inside. Now, there is no need for tricks, only memory. And memory, she knows, flavors the food just as much as salt. Have you ever eaten something simple and tasted a whole season inside it? She has. She does now. At midday, they gather near the fire. Each receives a shallow bowl, wide at the rim, so the heat doesn't burn too quickly, so the scent can rise and greet the face before the lips. It's a tradition, though no one calls it that aloud. It's simply how things are done now. The stew is green and thick, with curls of onion floating like ribbons across the surface. They dip bread into it, soft, sour bread from yesterday's bake, and chew slowly. There is no rush, not now. The skald eats last. He always does, not from pride, but from habit. He tastes the broth, smiles softly, and says, "This stew would make even the gods remember they were once hungry," and they all smile, because in that moment, they are not warriors or farmers or children. They are just people, alive, fed, together. That afternoon, Brynhild takes the youngest down to the stream, not to wash, but to gather. Along the edge, she finds wild watercress, small, peppery, bright. She picks with care, avoiding the roots, leaving enough for bees and deer and spring to claim. The little one plucks a snail from a nearby stone and watches it inch along his palm, eyes wide with the kind of wonder only the very young possess. Brynhild says nothing. Wonder doesn't need explaining. They return with hands full of green and stories half formed. At the hearth, she makes a new kind of meal. Not stew, not porridge, but a cold mash. Goat curd mixed with crushed herbs and a smear of fermented berry from the jar kept deep in the cellar. It's sour, creamy, and bright. She spreads it on moss cakes and hands them out. They eat on the threshold this time, in the sun, with their backs warmed and their mouths cooled. It is a new feeling, eating without a roof directly above. Not because the house is broken, but because the sky feels near again. That night, they light the fire early, not for warmth, but for bread. Brynhild bakes on the stones, small flat rounds this time. No leavening, just flour, salt, and the fat from this morning's goat milk skimmed and folded into the dough. As the bread sizzles, she brushes each with garlic water, then flips them once. The crust darkens, crackles. When served, they're almost too hot to hold. The children jostle, each claiming the best one, though they're all the same. And that's the joke. They chew with wide eyes, cheeks puffed, and for a moment, no one speaks. Because even joy has its silence. Afterwards, the skald finishes his carving. He sets it on the hearth ledge. It is not a warrior, or a god, or a storm. It is a bowl, empty, but carved so delicately, so patiently, that the wood itself seems to remember every meal it has held. Beside it, he places a second carving, a hand passing a loaf to another hand. No faces, no names, just motion, just offering. Brynhild stares at it long after the fire dies down. She thinks of all the times her own hands have held out food, not as gift, but as prayer. And now there is more to give, and that makes all the difference. That night, the goats rest easy. The chickens murmur softly, their bellies full. The children breathe in the steady rhythm of the unafraid. And Brynhild, alone in the hush before sleep, dips her finger into the curd jar. Just a taste. It's sharp, rich, alive. She smiles, because now she knows. The memory of hunger does not have to bring fear. It can bring wisdom, gratitude, tenderness. And in the long, dark winters that will come again, they will not be caught unready. Not in belly, not in heart, not in story. Because the house remembers, the land remembers, and so does the food. A low mist clings to the soil. It winds between the goat pens and the timber posts like smoke made of silence, curling around the stepping stones and creeping beneath the woven reed door without permission, but not unwelcome. The world is not cold, not anymore, but it is damp and slow and ancient. And when Brynhild opens her eyes, she knows this is a morning for broth. Not stew, not porridge, just broth. Clear, simple, steaming. The kind that eases the bones and smooths the belly. She wraps herself in a shawl, feels the wool scratch gently at her wrists, and listens to the quiet. The fire has gone out during the night, but the embers remain, glowing faintly beneath a crust of ash, like memories resting under time. She does not blow. She breathes, softly. And the coals flare to life again. Because sometimes, even fire needs only to be remembered. The broth begins with water, fresh from the spring. She carries it in a clay pot, careful not to spill. It sloshes slightly against the rim as she walks, sounding like the voice of the stream itself. To the pot, she adds bones. Goat, mostly. Some cracked, some charred. All saved. She does not waste. Not even now. A few dried herbs go in next. the last of the winter time, a pinch of stinging nettle ground fine, a small piece of dried seaweed gathered from the southern coast last summer. The broth does not boil, it whispers, and that is enough. The children wake slowly, their hair tousled, their voices hushed. They move like shadows, barefoot, blinking, their bodies still thick with sleep. Brynhild ladles broth into small bowls. There is no bread today, no cheese, no greens, just this. And yet, no one complains. Because they know, the simplest food often speaks the loudest. Steam rises in thin, wavering lines. They sip with care. It scalds the tongue if taken too fast. But when sipped gently, it soothes. Have you ever tasted something that felt older than you? This broth is like that. It carries not just flavor, but memory of snow on the roof, of salt scraped from a barrel, of a child too weak to speak, and a mother too tired to weep, of survival, of warmth, of enough. After the bowls are empty, they sit together in silence, not awkward, not waiting, just being. The fire crackles softly. Outside, the mist has lifted, and beneath it, the ground gleams. Brynhild steps out to the garden and kneels near the onions. Their green tops reach higher now, and the soil is warm enough to stir worms from hiding. She presses her palm into the dirt. It does not resist. It welcomes. It is ready. Nearby, the scald is tying bundles of dried meat for storage. Goat strips soaked in brine, smoked over alderwood, then hung from the rafters. The meat is dark, almost black, and smells of ash and pepper. Each strip is tied with care. He hums as he works. Not a song, exactly, but a rhythm, a kind of remembering. Brynhild watches him and smiles. They no longer prepare food only to survive the winter. They prepare it to remember. Because the act of storing, of drying, of salting, it is not fear. It is love. They are not hoarding. They are honoring. Midday comes softly. Brynhild roasts a small turnip near the coals, skin blistering, juice bubbling out the sides. She slices it thin, lays it over moss bread, and drizzles a few drops of vinegar made from last year's crab apples. The flavor is sharp, then sweet, then gone. It tastes like truth. The children eat slowly, cross-legged on the floor, heads tilted forward in thought. And one of them, the youngest, whispers something Brynhild almost doesn't hear. This bread tastes like the sun. She nods, because it does, not in flavor, but in feeling. After the meal, they go to the old storage hut at the edge of the field. They open the door and let in light. Inside, barrels half full of grain, jars of fish brine, baskets of dried mushrooms, sacks of flour, now crawling with the smallest signs of life. A mouse scatters as they enter. No one chases it. It, too, has eaten the winter and lived. They inventory what remains, count the turnips, shake the last salt from the bag, check the seals on the jars. It is not dread that stirs in their chests now. It is pride, because there is more left than they expected, because they planned well, because the house held them. Spring does not erase the memory of hardship, but it gives it a shape, a container, a bowl into which all those long, dark days can be poured, stirred, salted, and made into story. At dusk, they gather by the hearth again. The skald finishes his final carving. It is a long panel, smooth and pale, etched with a winding path that loops from one end to the other, never quite straight. Along the path, images, a dried fish, a fire, A single bowl, a cracked egg, a child reaching upward, a loaf, not whole, but torn in half, with one piece offered away. He doesn't explain it. He doesn't need to. He sets it near the fire, below the first carving from months ago. The house now holds its own saga, not of kings, not of battles, but of boiling pots and careful hands, and bellies filled not with bounty, but with just enough. Later that night, Brynhild kneels by the fire and adds another log. She stares into the embers, watching the way they pulse, not wildly, not hungrily, but steadily. The flames do not roar, they breathe. She thinks of the first winter, the hunger that stalked like a wolf, the nights spent measuring every root, every grain, every drop of milk, and how even then, even in the blackest part, someone always stirred the pot. Someone always tore the bread into pieces. Someone always handed the smallest bowl to the smallest hand, not because they had enough, but because that's what you do when the dark presses in. You feed each other. You remember the taste of spring, even when it feels impossibly far away. Brynhild rises. She walks to the shelves and lays her hand on the last jar of honey. She does not open it, not yet, but she smiles. Because now, the act of saving is not fear. It is knowing. It is trust. They will use it, not when they are starving, but when they are celebrating. A solstice, a birth, a story told for the 100th time. And the honey will taste like a victory earned without swords. That night, she dreams of the longhouse full of steam and music, of broth so rich it sings, of bread soft as clouds, of winter sitting at the table no longer feared, but welcomed, because it has been fed, and in return it has left them wiser, softer, alive. When she wakes, the mist is gone, the light is golden, and the scent in the air is not of fear or frost, but of wild onion and thyme baking into something new, something enough, something remembered. And when she turns to the hearth, she finds a single egg resting in the ashes, uncracked, whole, still warm. A gift. From nothing. From everything. The morning breaks, not with light, but with scent. Not bread or broth this time, but something lighter, finer, fragile. Smoke. Faint as breath on glass. And beneath it, the sharp brightness of boiled greens, freshly torn. Brynhild is already up. She leans over a shallow pan, stirring a mixture of wild garlic and chopped dandelion leaf with a spoon made from a curved piece of horn. The mixture sizzles in goat fat, green and gold and pale in places where it caramelizes. It is not a meal meant to fill the belly. It is a tonic for spring, a way to shake the long frost from the bones. She stirs slowly. The children are still asleep, but the scald is outside, walking along the edge of the tree line, where the soil is soft and new roots have begun to snake from the branches of old shrubs. He holds a basket, not empty, not yet full. He walks the way only those who have known hunger walk, not just looking, but listening, for the sound of food revealing itself. A crack of twig that signals rabbit, a buzz of bees returning to the hive, the sound of fat shoots breaking the surface of the loam. Back at the hearth, Brynhild adds a little barley to the mixture. Not much, just enough to give it weight, just enough to anchor the brightness. She slices yesterday's flatbread into strips and toasts them over the fire until they curl like fingers. She dips one into the pan, tastes, and nods to herself. It is bitter, but clean. Have you ever tasted something and felt your whole body agree with it all at once? This food is not a feast, but it's right. The children rise one by one, sleepy-eyed and barefoot. Brynhild spoons the greens into wooden cups and hands them out. She does not tell them it is healthy. She does not say it will clean their blood, sharpen their sight, chase off the damp from their lungs. She says only, eat slow, taste everything. And they do. The youngest winces at first, the bitterness sharp, almost metallic. But then he smiles. It lingers sweet on the tongue, like sap, like spring itself. Outside, the skald returns. He carries wild sorrel, fresh eggs from the roost, and a pouch of dried berries he found in the smokehouse rafters. He places everything on the table, without a word. He looks at the children. Do you know what a feast is? He asks. They nod sleepily. He leans down and taps a finger against the wooden cup of greens. No, he says gently. This is a feast not when you have everything, but when you taste it as if it's the only thing. They are quiet after that, not scolded, just softened. Midday comes, and with it, the wind changes. It sweeps down from the north, sharp and clean, carrying with it the smell of salt and distant fires. The sea awakening after months of stillness. Brynhild stands at the door and lifts her face into it. She closes her eyes, and for a moment, she is not here. She is on the shore, barefoot, wind-tossed, hair wet with spray, salt on her lips, fish wriggling in the basket beside her. The memory is not real, but it lives inside her. A craving. She returns inside and unwraps the fish. It has been dried for many weeks, flattened and leathery, salted to the core, its scent still sharp beneath the preservation. She soaks it in a bowl of warm water, lets it swell and soften. Later, she slices it thin, mixes it with vinegar and wild chive, lays it on thin bread, and adds a curl of pickled turnip. They eat it outside, knees in the grass. The sun is low but bright. It is a meal of salt and acid, of meat and root. Each bite holds contrast, crunch and chew, sharp and soft. The children chew slowly. The skald takes a second helping, not because he's hungry, but because it tastes like story. That evening, the goats are restless. The youngest is ready to give birth. Brynhild sits beside her, palm pressed to the round, shifting belly. She hums, not a lullaby, not a song, just sound, just reassurance. When the kid is born just before dusk, slick and trembling and impossibly new, the whole household watches in reverent silence. It is a moment, both everyday and sacred. Later, as the fire burns low, they speak of it. The skald compares the goat to Freya, the birth to a promise kept, and the warm milk they collect to the first rain after drought. They drink the milk straight, no honey, no herb, just warmth. It tastes like breath, like life. It coats the mouth and the heart all at once. The longhouse is quiet that night, but not with emptiness, with presence, with something whole. The carvings near the hearth glint softly in the firelight. The bowl, the bread, the hand offering. Beside them, Brynhild adds one more. It is the smallest yet. A kid, curled beside its mother, eyes closed, full, unworried. The next morning, she makes gruel with the last of the soft cheese. She stirs in mint and vinegar, then lets it cool slightly before serving. It is not sweet. It is not salty. It is sour, clean, and alive. Food meant to waken, not lull. They eat in silence, and the day begins not with words, but with warmth in the belly. There will be feasts again, of meat roasted over open flame, of honey-drenched bread, of ale and song and bellies stretched with fullness. But those days are not yet, and they are not needed, not now, because they have something more enduring, more sacred. The knowledge that hunger, when answered with care, does not need to return in fear. It becomes memory. It becomes ritual. It becomes the fire, the bowl, the hand. It becomes this story, their story, and yours.